And if you're Kittredge, you've got to be thinking strikeout, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You could go sink, you could go split. The issue you always run into in this situation is, pitchers get a little leery of throwing that breaking ball in the dirt or that off-speed pitch.
Fraley is 0 for 4 in the game. There's the pitch on the way. A little bouncer foul off the foot of the batter, and the batter, Fraley, goes down on hands and knees. He's in pain. That got him, I think, right on the top of the right foot.
Yeah, he's got a guard on that right leg, but not on the foot area, just on the shin and ankle. And
he's in agony right now.
He really is. Yeah, it hit him right on the toes. So it would have hit him right on the top of the big toe on that nail on your foot. And that one, you don't get that one too often, but boy, when you do, he may not be able to stay in the game. If it hit him right on that big toe, it explodes your nail, and then you get all that blood underneath your toenail, and you just can't run anymore.
The competitive instinct always kicks in. You want to stay in the game. I mean, the potential go-ahead run in the extra innings is at third base, and you're batting. You don't want to leave that game, and he's not going to leave.
No.
He's going to stay in there. Each team with 10 hits. It's a 6-6 tie. Cubs infield in all the way around, and Fraley will stay in the game after fouling one off his foot. The count on him is 0-2. One away, a runner at third. And the pitch on the way. Bouncing ball foul.
He almost hit that one off his foot. That one just missed his front foot.
Just the way he's moving around at the plate, you can tell he's still hurting.
Yeah, it's not comfortable. I promise you that.
Kittredge bends way back at the waist. The right-hander fires, swinging a foul back.
A little high fastball. That one right at the top of the zone. Good pitch by Kittredge.
The Phillies have taken an 8-6 lead over Milwaukee. That's an 8th inning score in Wisconsin. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Kittredge gets a strikeout at a most opportune moment. Out number 2.
Boy, excellent slider. This ball starts out in the zone, breaks down and in. Fraley swings right over the top of it for strike 3. Cubs pitching changes today, sponsored by James Hardy Building Products, siding with the Cubs.
Marcell Ozuna is going to be the pinch hitter here. Ozuna has had many productive seasons for Atlanta. He was not in the lineup today. This year he's got 20 homers, 62 driven in, and hitting in the 270s. He's always been a tough out run and a guy with power as well.
Yeah, he's been a very good hitter through the years. He's one of those guys that, always hit in the middle of the lineup and is always a really tough out.
I misread his batting average, 227 instead of 270. All right. 2 down, a man at third. The infield backs up. 10th inning, a 6-6 tie. Kittredge to Ozuna. First pitch, strike, 0-1.
A good slider right on the outside corner, up.
This could be one of the key at-bats of the entire day. Crowd is kind of quiet. The pitch to Ozuna, fouled away, and now it's 0-2. Ron, what are you thinking?
Well, I like that. The back-to-back pitches, one slider away on the outside corner, then you run that fastball in on his hands. That one almost hit him.
With life's moments, and our game sponsor this evening, our great friends at Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Well, Joe, tonight represents the on-field beginning of a remarkable chapter in Carolina football's history. Bill Belichick, 333 NFL wins, 8 Super Bowl rings, 2 as a coordinator, 6 as a head coach. All those and many more impressive things on that football resume. and he is the head coach of the Tar Heels.
Yeah, I mean, with those type of accolades, there's one thing that is certain. Bill Belichick and his entire staff take a hands-on approach of coaching the game of football. The saying, "The devil is in the details," is the epitome of the Belichick coaching style. I think also, too, Jones-Lee, it's more than that also. There's also a feel and understanding for the flow of a game, and that really stands out. What's needed at the right time, what offensive weapon of the opposing team that needs to be taken out of the game, what are the weak points as the game progresses, and maybe the least talked about part of the game, how can special teams affect the outcome of a game?
And, Joe, to your point about hands-on coaching, that's been one of the more interesting things to follow during spring practice and fall camp is just how hands-on and heavily involved Bill Belichick is in coaching this football team. He is 2.5 hours of solid, hands-on, nose-to-nose, face-to-face, hand-to-hand coaching of these guys. And one of the more interesting periods is before practice even starts, where he gets with the guys who are on the punt block and field goal block team and talks about the art and science of taking the right angles, the right jump, the right leap, the right hand motion, and everything. And it's something to behold. And he played center in college himself, but has not gotten pigeonholed into coaching the O-line or the offense. He made his bones on defense with the New York Giants. He's very important in special teams. And he spent an hour a day with Tom Brady and the Patriot quarterbacks going over the offensive and the quarterback game. So this man could coach all positions on the team, and we've seen it unfold in the practice field so far. And the players really talk about the meetings and what they're picking up, nuances from the coaching staff in the meetings. They say, we have to lock down every meeting and pick something and learn something from this guy.
Hey, you know, it's funny, too, that you say that. I ran into Will Hardy's family on the way into the game, and they were talking about how Will told them today that during walkthrough, you talk about Coach Belichick playing center. He was playing center during the walkthrough and was pointing out which guys to block. So, I mean, you talk about that hands-on approach and is back to his old center days. He still got it in him at age 72.
Of course, Coach Belichick does have a connection here to Chapel Hill. His dad, Steve, was an assistant for the Tar Heels from 1953 to 55 under head coach George Barkley. So there is a Carolina connection there, albeit from several years ago. And, of course, Lee Pace, I believe, was the one who found that now famous picture of a three-year-old Bill Belichick sitting in the stands at Kenan Stadium back in the day. Well, Lee, I mean, there's no doubt. Story 1A of Carolina hiring Bill Belichick is just Belichick and his resume, his coaching acumen, and quite honestly, his celebrity. But story 1B of that hiring is Carolina's clear commitment to the sport of football. The Tar Heels are all in with the football program like never before.
Well, Chancellor Lee Roberts has said, to be candid, I thought football was not where it needed to be. And you're right, they have gone all in, a $10 million salary for Bill Belichick, doubling his support and coaching staff, roughly $13 million of revenue sharing to the players. So many ancillary things too, Jones, from $2 million to resurface the field from the artificial surface back to natural grass, something that's as interesting as $150,000 for a virtual reality simulator for quarterbacks. So there's just so much has been put into it. The Carolina fan base has bought into it. The energy today in Chapel Hill and across campus was just something I have never seen before, from Chapel Thrill on Polk Place to Franklin Street to Carolina Inn, just around the stadium here tonight. It's just something we have never quite seen before. Meanwhile, Bill Belichick, in his trademark ways, very stoically says, the excitement for us is getting better every day.
Coach Belichick right now standing on about the 20-yard line to our left as we look at the field. Recruits are coming out and shaking hands with Coach and taking some pictures. Coach wearing I don't know if it's cut off, but a short sleeve a gray hoodie with the Carolina logo on the front. Looks like the old school Ramsey's face logo on the front of that sweatshirt for Coach Belichick as he continues to take a few pictures and shake a few hands. Joe, as far as on the field for Carolina, Gosh, with the amount of turnover on the roster, you're looking at 70 new guys. There are still just more questions than answers, quite honestly, as far as playing style and personnel. Offensively, we do know that South Alabama transfer Gio Lopez will be the starting quarterback, and there are some familiar names in the skill positions. Caleb Hood, Davion Goss at running back, guys like Kobe Paysour and Jordan Shipp and Chris Culliver at wide receiver. So there are some holdovers, but not a ton.
Yeah, I think that's one of the transfer portal's crazy. But one of the fun parts of the transfer portal is you have all these new faces that you've never seen before, and you hear like, hey, these could be good football players. So it's going to be interesting to see like what cream rises to the top. But when you look at the old roster, call an old roster of Marcus Allen, Will Hardy, like you said, Kobe Paysour, Jordan Shipp, Caleb Hood, Chris Culliver, another guy could have a breakout season. You know, these guys have the opportunity to have been here and to grow within the system, but then at the same time, great players coming in such as Kamari House, Thaddeus Dixon, Andrew Simpson, just like you said, Gio Lopez. And so when you look at a guy like Gio Lopez, and this is something I've taken some time to watch a fair amount of film on him, and there's a certain Carolina player that we're all very proud of that he reminds me of, and that's Sam Howell. I really feel as if his game is very similar to Sam Howell. And then with Freddie Kitchens being the offensive coordinator, he coached another guy that's gone to the NFL, have a pretty good career and had a pretty great college career that Gio reminds me of some, and that's Baker Mayfield. And so I think that potentially that big piece of the puzzle, that the marriage at that quarterback position has the opportunity to be something special.
Darian Durant, another Tar Heel name, where Jessica Gio's a little bit of a smaller quarterback, but is somebody who can make plays with his legs, is very accurate with the football. In fact, he was 70% or better accuracy 6 times last year for South Alabama. He was only below 60% one time all season. So somebody who's accurate with the football. Got a chance to sit in with a meeting with Gio yesterday, and he said he thought his biggest strength was smart decisions with the ball. And that alone sounds like a Bill Belichick quarterback, doesn't it? So we'll see how that new position plays out for Carolina here in just a little bit. Lee, let's flip it over, and you address this in your opening comments, but some of Carolina's best teams ever in the early 80s, the mid to late 90s, even that what could have been team in 2010, that they were built on defense. And the Tar Heels have struggled, quite candidly, to find consistency defensively for at least the last 15 years. So Carolina desperately wants to believe. Bill Belichick, his son Steve, who's Carolina's defensive coordinator, desperately want to believe they can change that trend.
The Tar Heels have just not been able to be good on offense and defense at the same time. And the last 10 years, we've seen quarterbacks like Mitch Trubisky, Sam Howell, and Drake May. And still, the Tar Heels have not been able to have a great team because they can't get off the field on third down. But Bill Belichick has made his bones on the defensive side of the ball. He was the defensive coordinator with those great Giant teams with Lawrence Taylor, the headline player back in the 1980s, and his son Steve will come in. Steve did remarkable work at the University of Washington last week, and this defense is going to be totally rebuilt. It might only be Marcus Allen at cornerback is the only starter returning from last year's team. I think we're going to see Will Hardy and Caleb Cost at safety, but that's pretty much it from last year's team. It's going to be all new players. Number one, he's got the aggression to wear that number one, Thad Dixon. I think that's a mindset to be able to put that number on the back of your shirt and go out and play it. With him and Marcus Allen, you've got 2 long cornerbacks, both 6'1", 6'2", which Carolina has not had in many, many years. I think they're going to be really good. I think Andrew Simpson, Kamari House are some other guys that will play into that on defense. Big question, what's going to happen on the D-line? There's a lot of bodies there, a lot of good-looking players. How will they mesh, and how will they fit all the pieces together early in the year?
Yeah, and I really look, Lee, with all those names that you said from an analyst point of view, and that is how much will Steve Belichick and Coach Belichick do from a scheme standpoint? You really believe that they want to nail down the fundamentals. They want to get the fundamentals drilled into these guys' head and say, okay, we may not try to over-scheme people right now, but you will see as they feel confident that they're executing the fundamentals well as the season goes on, that they can continue to install and use all the knowledge, all the football knowledge that they have.
That Washington defense a year ago under Steve Belichick gave up about 328 yards per game, right around 50 fewer yards than the Tar Heels allowed a season ago. Gave up right around 23 or 24 points per game. That was 5 or 6 points fewer than the Tar Heels allowed last season. They were very good against the pass. They only allowed 167 yards per game through the air. That was fifth best in the country last year as far as passing defense for Washington. So some good numbers there for Steve Belichick. He took over a Washington defense that needed some improving, takes over a Carolina defense that would like to see some improving, and several of those names that Lee mentioned, Thad Dixon, Kamori House, those are Washington transfers. Also Peyton Waters, a sophomore from Northridge, California, who will be in the mix at the safety position, another transfer from Washington. So a couple of guys who are familiar with what Coach Belichick, Steve Belichick, did a year ago with the Huskies. Okay, well, there is another team playing today, of course, and that's a good team in TCU. 9 wins a season ago. They're coming in hungry and ready. We'll focus in on the visitors, the Horned Frogs, when we return to Kenan Stadium and the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
It's not for everyone, only for you. The medication your doctor prescribes is exclusively yours to take as directed. Nobody else should be taking it. It's up to you to keep your medications secure and to safely dispose of any unused medications. Don't let anyone take what's yours. Your prescription, your responsibility. Be aware, don't share. Lock your meds.
Supported by NCDHHS, Division of Mental Health, Developmental Disabilities, and Substance Abuse Services. Visit lockyourmeds.org/NC.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Window World, America's largest exterior remodeler and a proud partner of UNC, provides exceptional quality windows, siding, doors, and more. They're headquartered right here in North Carolina and have enhanced over 100,000 homes across 30 counties for over 25 years. Improving your largest investment with energy efficiency products and creating amazing curb appeal is what they do best. From Raleigh-Durham to Rocky Mount, down to Fayetteville and beyond. Call, click, or visit Window World, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, today.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
TCU warming up to the right side of your radio dial. The Horned Frogs visitors today wearing the purple helmets, white jerseys, and purple breeches. Got purple numbers on those jerseys. Carolina has a few specialists out and returners out at the moment. They've had more than that, but several of the Heels went back into the locker room. Carolina going with their traditional blue, white. So the Carolina blue helmets with the NC on the side. Argyle still present down the center. Carolina blue jerseys with the white numbers, and the white breeches tonight with the Carolina blue Argyle down the side. But it is indeed TCU, and Joe kind of lost in the Belichick vortex that has occurred leading up to this game is the fact that Carolina's got a really, really difficult season opening matchup. TCU's a program, of course, which played for the national championship 3 seasons ago, coming off a 9-win year and brings high hopes and a really good team to Chapel Hill this evening.
Yeah, like you said, a team that in 2022 beat Jim Harbaugh's Michigan Wolverines in the semifinals of the college football playoffs. And then they went to take a skull dragon versus Georgia. But what an incredible run for the TCU program. An offense that is built upon speed, high-level execution in the run and pass game. They put defenses into very difficult positions. Also a team that followed that up with a 9-win season last year. The question on offense for quarterback Josh Hoover is the loss of the 3 of his top receivers from last year to the NFL. That receiving trio accounted for 179 catches for over 2,700 yards and 23 touchdowns. However, 2025 returns Eric McAllister, 35 catches, had a 19.5 yards per catch, leading the nation, and Idaho transfer Jordan Dwyer with over 1,000 yards there. And then in the running game, Trent Battle and Nate Palmer, they're not really established guys with less than 100 yards, 100 carries between them.
Yeah, and also in that run game, Kevorian Barnes, a Texas San Antonio transfer, likely to get the start. Neither team put out a depth chart leading up to this game, so we're going to be learning the starters just like you will when the two teams go out there. But Kevorian Barnes likely going to get the start, and that's a rushing attack that TCU wants to improve on. They averaged just 114 yards per game last year. That was 112th in the nation. Joe mentioned those wide receivers. Jack Beck now with the Raiders, Savion Williams now with the Packers, J.P. Richardson on the Bears practice squad. So those were good players that TCU trying to replace in the pass game. But Lee, and Joe mentioned his name, Josh Hoover is the man who will be orchestrating that offense. He threw for nearly 4,000 yards a year ago, a single-season record for TCU. So really good quarterback. Really accomplished offensive coordinator as well, and Kendall Briles. They are looking to put together a big season on offense in TCU.
Hoover was recruited by head coach Sonny Dykes when Dykes was at SMU, but Hoover didn't like the atmosphere at SMU. He felt it was a little bit too highbrow. And then when Dykes moves to TCU in Fort Worth, Hoover went with him, so he had quite a career. He was the Big 12 passing leader last year with, as you said, nearly 4,000 yards, 27 touchdowns. And, of course, Kendall Briles, the offensive coordinator, salivates whenever he sees Carolina Blue. He was the coordinator at Baylor in 2015 when the Bears ran for 645 yards without a real starting quarterback against the Tar Heels in the Russell Athletic Bowl. So we'll see if he can school that back up again today. Certainly Bill Belichick and son Steve will have some answers for that. We'll see how it evolves as the game comes on.
Yeah, that was a gross night for the Tar Heel defense. Baylor, 756 yards. Lee mentioned 645 rushes, the most ever in a game for an opponent against Carolina. Baylor didn't punt in that game. It was not a fun night for the Heels that particular evening, and capping off what was a really good year with a very poor defensive effort in that particular bowl game. Heels hope to be better than that, certainly defensively tonight. Joe, speaking of defense, TCU's strength in the defensive side of things appears to be in that secondary. They returned multiple players from a group which only allowed 185 yards passing per game. And remember, that's in the Big 12 where a lot of teams will throw it around the yard. TCU did a really nice job defensively last season.
Yeah, they did. And the best player on that defense is Bud Ballhawk Clark. I gave him the name Ballhawk, by the way. But three interceptions last year. Really, really an outstanding football player. Then Channing Canada, an interception last year. But the guy, Devin Deal, plays what they call the stud linebacker position, the stud position with 5.5 sacks from last year. Zach Chapman, number 0 on the inside, is a 6'5", 255 defensive end. He's strong, long, can rush the passer. Between those two, the Tar Heels offensive line is going to have their hands full tonight.
Paul Oyewale, another really good defensive end for TCU, who was injured a season ago but is back. This is a very good TCU team, a team that feels like it has a chance to win the Big 12. And so for Carolina, certainly there's a lot of anticipation, a lot of hype, and a lot of excitement, but they have their hands full with the opponent this evening in TCU. Fourth ever meeting between these two teams. First time they've met since 1997, a Carolina 31-10 win in Fort Worth. We're going to take a timeout, come back. Dave Nathan will grab control of the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. It continues with our conversation with Tar Heel great Jeff Saturday. That's coming up next from Learfield.
If you're a Tar Heel fan, you know what a winning lineup looks like. Tough, dependable, and versatile. So if you're looking for a new car, check out Honda's impressive award-winning roster to find your MVP. Civic, Accord, CR-V, HR-V, Passport, Odyssey, Ridgeline, and Pilot. Rugged capability, intelligent all-wheel drive systems, and traction modes. Find your Honda at your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today.
At Reed's Jewelers, we know that the rules of engagement were made to be broken. So don't settle for the first ring you see in the case. When you put a ring on it, make the moment your own with something that's just as unique as your love. Whether you're going big, keeping it subtle, or finding a happy medium, we're here to help you say I do with a one-of-a-kind design. Because doing things your way is what makes them mean everything. Reed's Jewelers, an official partner of Tar Heel Sports. Visit your local Reed's Jewelers in-store or online at reeds.com to chat with an expert.
Sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Joe Yock, proud Tar Heel football alum. I know what it takes to stay on your feet, on the field and off. That's why I trust the Good Feet Store, proud partners of Carolina Athletics. They provide personalized art supports that have helped thousands move better, feel better, and live pain-free. Get back to moving the way you're meant to. Visit the Good Feet Store right here in Chapel Hill or one of their 6 locations across the state. Support your heels and feel the difference.
You can create a
Tonight's game is presented by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. And our pregame show comes courtesy of Reed's Jeweler. The official Reed's Jewelers kickoff time is 8:08. That's Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. We trust Jeff Saturday when he joins us each and every football weekend. Here's his conversation with Jones.
Man, always great to talk with Jeff Saturday. So excited Jeff's back with us again this season as we get you ready for a whole new era of Carolina football as the Bill Belichick era begins this evening in Kenan Stadium. Jeff, nice enough to join us via the telephone. And Jeff, man, what a wild couple months it's been for Carolina football. I just start by asking, as a former player, as somebody who, of course, loves this university and this football program, kind of your reaction and your thoughts to everything that's been going on around Carolina football, and most notably, of course, Coach Belichick taking over.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think all of us, there's a bunch of us who stay in contact and text with each other and do all those things. I think we're all fired up about the potential at Carolina. And so, with Belichick coming in and with his resume, and shoot, for how many years I fought against that cat. I mean, I know there's few who can equal him on the football field. So I think the excitement is shared by all. Obviously, what a way to kick this thing off. I mean, the lone show, night game, like the whole way he's come into this thing. He's getting thrown into the fire, but I think everybody's excited, and I know I am.
Jeff, when you did, of course, for so many years, go head-to-heads, that great rivalry between the Colts and the Patriots, what did you know you would expect from a Bill Belichick coached team?
Oh, the discipline. They are not going to beat themselves. I mean, if there was anything you could set your watch to, no mental errors, understanding where they're supposed to be and why they're supposed to be there. They are as well coached a football team as I faced throughout my years. And I tell you, the other thing is he is not afraid to change. If he doesn't think something is working, mid-game, first quarter, second quarter, you will see something change. And I always respected that about him. Shoot, man, we'd run through 3 or 4 different game plans in one game when we would play him. So I fully expect him to see that. I know just from he and I texting and communicating, he loves the amount of time that he gets with these kids on the field. And it's not all going to happen in one night, Jones, but you rest assured it's going to be a well-coached and very disciplined football team the longer he stays here.
Last thing, Jeff, Carolina has so many new players. I mean, there's 70 new players on this team. From a player perspective, how long does it take in your mind to start to gain some camaraderie, to start to get comfortable with each other, to start to have some of those just natural instincts of what each other may do on the field? Because it does feel like with so many new pieces that could take a little bit of time.
Yeah, and it takes games. I mean, let's be honest. We can go through every practice situation we want, but until you build that trust of going through games and seeing how people are going to respond in certain situations or how someone adapts during a certain circumstance, the way they communicate on the sidelines, on the field, in me, all of those things, Jones. And it does take time. I mean, there's no hurry to it. And to your point, welcome to college football in 2025, right? I mean, 70 new players. How crazy. I mean, in an NFL team, we lost 33% a year. That's the attrition rate in the NFL. You felt like that was a ton. I mean, you bring in 70 new players, and you're like, good. How do you know the names? Yeah. You know what I mean? And so, but I look, that's kind of the new thing anyway. And I know, if there's anybody who understands how to operate in that world, Bill will be that guy. But yeah, it takes time, and to expect it to be, a perfect example week one, I think would be silly. But I will say this, and again, you and I both know I played against the Bill Belichick coach teams 14 years and many, many big games. But the team you see week one will not be the team you see in the final week of the season. They will get better each week because he will make corrections and he will hold your feet to the fire, and guys will be held accountable. And that's what he loves to do as a coach, and he loves to see players develop. And I'm excited about that part as well, Jones, because I think, like you said, 70 new ones, there's going to be some bumps in the road, but hopefully by the end of the season we look different than we do tonight, and I'm excited about the whole trip.
We're excited about the season and excited talking to Jeff in the pregame all season long as well. Jeff, man, thanks for making some time for us this week, and look forward to talking with you next week.
Thanks, Jones. Appreciate it. And go Heels.
It's not for everyone, only for you. The medication your doctor prescribes is exclusively yours to take as directed. Nobody else should be taking it. It's up to you to keep your medication secure and to safely dispose of any unused medications. Don't let anyone take what's yours. Your prescription, your responsibility. Be aware, don't share. Lock your meds.
Supported by NCDHHS, Division of Mental Health, Developmental Disabilities, and Substance Abuse Services. Visit lockyourmeds.org/NC.
You want a sub stacked high with meat and cheese? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want an off-the-charts radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a grizzled cowboy. The sheriff doesn't like the look of me. He challenges me to a duel. We draw, and bang, I go down. But the Jersey Mike sub in my pocket, stacked with layers of meat and cheese, saves me. Everyone cheers. I'm the new sheriff. And I renamed the town Fresh Slicington. Subs always stacked high. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Liberty Senior Living Communities offer vibrant lifestyles in some of North Carolina's most sought-after locations. The amenities of fine resorts and the incomparable comforts of home. All Liberty Senior Living Communities are designed for active seniors and feature whole-person wellness, distinctive dining, life enrichment, and top-class amenities and services. Visit your local Liberty Senior Living Community, the Templeton of Cary or Hayes Barton Place, today and come home to the retirement you deserve. Exceptional senior living here, there, and everywhere you want to be.
Summer's meant to be wide open, and with BMW, nothing stands between you and the road ahead. The BMW X3 makes every journey effortless with X-Drive and expansive cargo space. The plug-in hybrid X5 moves through summer without limits, combining uncompromising power and electric adaptability. And the all-electric i4, sporty, sleek, and unmistakably BMW. Find your ultimate driving machine now at the BMW Summer Sales Event. Hurry in for exceptional offers now through September 2nd.
Give Back program. For every sack the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in Chapel Hill. Chris Keldorf was Carolina's quarterback the last time the Heels and Horned Frogs matched up. The year was 1997. The game was in Fort Worth, and Keldorf had a night for the history books.
It's one of the areas and places in the country I've always wanted to play. And I remember it was a really cool environment. They had a heck of a fan base. And I remember they had this huge crown in the field. You couldn't literally see the kneecaps of the other team. It was huge. I was like, this is interesting. This is different. But I do remember being hot, but we were on a pretty good roll by the time we hit Fort Worth, and we were gelling pretty good. And I think memory serves, and again, that was a lifetime ago. First couple series, we got hot and we were moving, and I felt like I think we've got this game under control quickly.
Yeah, you're right on that. Carolina led 17-0 at the half. Neither team scored in the third quarter, but this was a 17-10 game in the fourth. before you threw a couple of touchdown passes, one to Algie Crumpler, another to Octavius Barnes to solidify that 3-score win. That was a team obviously predicated a lot on defense, but offensively in the fourth quarter, how did you guys get back to clicking?
I remember, actually, it's a great question with Octavius Barnes. I remember we ran a post route with him, and I missed. He was wide open, and I missed. I remember to this day, I went back to the huddle, and I was like, hey, I'm not going to miss you again. If they call that same play, I'm going to hit you. And literally, Coach Davis, offensive coordinator at the time, called the same play. And the safety sat again. And we were right on the money. I just remember, even to this day, very clearly, I was like, I can't believe I missed you today. Sorry, buddy. And literally, Coach was like, it's going to be there again. Let's do it again. And we scored. I think it was maybe 30, 40 yards out. But very, very few times you run the same play back-to-back and score, especially when you're 40 yards out. But I remember that pretty clearly, and I think after that, the game was well in hand.
Again, 31-10, Carolina beats TCU back in 1997. That was the last meeting between these two programs until we get things kicked off here tonight. Chris, you finished that game 25 of 41, 415 yards, 3 touchdowns, a Carolina record for passing yardage. For all the things that you did both as a team and as an individual, I know there's some things that you have to be really proud of in your career. Single game passing yardage, Mark, does that rank up there or not?
It does. When you get really into the details, it's like you look at third down percentage and completion percentages and, some of the smaller things that really matter because you keep moving the ball and you keep scoring and you're really efficient and consistent. Like the consistency and looking at those statistics are really crucial. But back then, I think that 415 yards, I think that record's been broken, I don't know, probably 20 times since then. But to put it, but back then, 415 yards to Carolina, which before that was a primarily running program, that was a big deal. Because now we're, legitimate dual threat. We had a great running game, legitimate passing game, and that felt really good. But nowadays, everyone's looking for how efficient are you, or how consistent are you. But certainly that mark was pretty cool to achieve.
So again, the Tar Heels improved to 5-0 back in 1997, defeating TCU in Fort Worth 31-10. Chris, all these years later, Bill Belichick begins his Carolina career tonight in Chapel Hill against TCU. You're on the other side of the country in California, but how much curiosity, optimism, you name it, do you have about Carolina football from 3,000 miles away?
Oh, I'm excited as ever. I think he's assembled probably one of the best coaching staffs in America. And if you want to be coached in football, you got the best coach in the world. You're going to be a better football player, smarter, I'm assuming more efficient. You're going to be the best you can be. So I'm really looking forward to tonight's game and seeing what happens. But, boy, I got to imagine they're prepared, they're organized, they're mentally right, and they've checked all the boxes, especially with him at the helm. So I'm really looking forward to a great game.
It's former Tar Heel quarterback Chris Keldorf here on the Reach Jewelers pregame show. Tonight's weather report brought to you by TK Mulligan Crafted Vodka Cocktails. 70 degrees, clear skies, and in about 30 minutes there won't be an empty seat in the entire building as we send things downstairs to our Pinehurst sideline reporter Lee Pace for a quick look at what's happening inside Kenan Stadium.
Dave, who would have believed it would be 70 degrees on the 1st of September here at 7:45 p.m., but picture-perfect weather. A great surface to play on. Tahoma 31 Bermuda grass replaced the synthetic surface that had been in Kenan Stadium, so the players really like it. They feel it's more healthy for them, and they also it gears itself a little bit more to an old-school game that I think we're going to see from Bill Belichick. Galaxy of the Stars here tonight in Kenan Stadium. We have got Michael Jordan, Lawrence Taylor, Julius Peppers, Eric Church, Chase Rice, of course, performed outside the stadium. Tom Brady and Mia Hamm among them. And, of course, Nick Saban, an old friend and coaching colleague of Bill Belichick's, is with the ESPN group. Personnel-wise, the Tar Heels are just about ready to go into the locker room after pregame warm-ups. Last year, Aiden Banfield was the first true freshman to start as an offensive lineman in the history of Carolina football. It looks like the second true freshman in history is going to start tonight. That would be Aiden Buchanan at left tackle, 6'9", 350 pounds from Maryland. Looks like he's going to get the start at left guard. It also looks like Aiden Banfield, Christo Kelly, Daniel King, and Ja'Kai Moore will be the 5 starters along the offensive line.
That's Lee Pace down on the field. We'll hear more from Lee as tonight's broadcast unfolds. In the meantime, after a quick timeout, we'll be back with Coach Belichick and the DirecTV Coaches Corner from Learfield.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now at the new Verizon stores in Raleigh and Durham, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan. Check out our huge selection of phones, home internet, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you.
Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Tar Heel fans, when the Heels win, you win with our favorite pizza partner, Domino's.
Hey Tar Heel fans, this is Ryan from your local Domino's. Our family-owned company is giving every Tar Heel fan 50% off all menu price pizzas tomorrow when the Heels win today's game. That's right, 50% off all menu price pizzas tomorrow. Order online tomorrow using coupon code GOHEELS at checkout to get this exclusive deal. This discount is only valid if the Heels win, so cheer loud for our Heels. Details and participating locations at uncdominoes.com.
This is Joe Yock, proud Tar Heel football alum. I know what it takes to stay on your feet, on the field and off. That's why I trust the Good Feet Store, proud partners of Carolina Athletics. They provide personalized art supports that have helped thousands move better, feel better, and live pain-free. Get back to moving the way you're meant to. Visit the Good Feet Store right here in Chapel Hill or one of their 6 locations across the state. Support your heels and feel the difference.
It's time to send things over to Jones and Coach Belichick for our first installment of the Coach's Corner, brought to you by DirecTV, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Stream the Heels satellite free on DirecTV.
Well, the long wait almost over. Carolina prepares to begin the 2025 season against TCU. I'm with the head coach of the Tar Heels, and of course, Bill Belichick. Coach has spent a long off season getting ready for today. I imagine it's difficult to feel 100% prepared for game number 1, but do you at least feel good about the progress that your team has made to get to this point?
Yeah, we're ready to start playing. We'll see how it goes. We got a lot of work to do, and I'm sure it won't go perfect tonight for anybody. But it's time to play. It's time to start to have competitive games and see how things are falling into place for us.
Do you even have expectations for tonight, or are there just so many variables and so much new that you're just kind of wait and see?
Well, I think the big thing was to make sure that we don't, beat ourselves and put ourselves in a bad situation, and do things that we have done well, that we have the most confidence in, and make sure that we can execute the plays and the situations that we have the most confidence in, and then build from there. We don't want to start out with running triple reverses and double flea flickers and all that, when we just need to play good basic football and make sure that we can do those things well, that we have a foundation to build on.
There are adjustments in every game, of course. In your long experience, have you felt that those adjustments maybe happen even more in game 1 as you get to know your team a little bit against somebody else?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, game 1's always the toughest game to prepare for. No matter what film you have in the past, it's either irrelevant or there's too much of it. And in this case, TCU played, double-digit games last year. We have several thousand plays of them in the last year, really, offense, defense, special teams, and they can only run 60 on each side of the ball tonight. So this is, we just have to boil it down. There's more to get ready for than we can, but that's okay. We just need to get the main things, and then we'll play the game as it unfolds.
Coach, I did want to ask about one individual. You named Gio Lopez your starting quarterback. What did Gio do over the last month or so that earned that distinction for your squad?
Gio's been really consistent with everything. Of course, the system's new, and he wasn't here in the spring. But he's coming in the summer, worked hard. He's in good condition. He's had a good camp, and he's learning the offense here as we go. But he's made a lot of progress, and he's given us a good, consistent level of play at the most important position offensively. So, he's earned this opportunity, and we look forward to see how he does tonight.
Brought to you by DirecTV, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Stream the Tar Heels satellite-free on DirecTV. We'll check in with TCU head football coach Sonny Dykes when we come back after this. It's the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
If you're a Tar Heel fan, you know what a winning lineup looks like. Tough, dependable, and versatile. So if you're looking for a new car, check out Honda's impressive award-winning roster to find your MVP. Civic, Accord, CRV, HRV, Passport, Odyssey, Ridgeline, and Pilot. Rugged capability, intelligent all-wheel drive systems, and traction modes. Find your Honda at your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Carolina Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments, and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Craving the perfect BLT? Head to Merritt's Grill, home of the legendary bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich that's been fueling Tar Heel fans for years. And now, we're bringing that same mouth-watering flavor inside Kenan Stadium. Visit the new Merritt's in the Pines location at Gate 2 at Kenan Stadium and bite into the sandwich that defines Carolina flavor. Merritt's Grill can outfit your tailgate with catering trays to feed any size crowd. Merritt's Grill, the premium sandwich of the Carolina Tar Heels.
Carolina football is brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Sonny Dykes enters his 4th season as the Texas Christian head football coach, and while he and Bill Belichick have never coached against each other, they have coached some of the same players.
He had a couple of our players back when I was at Texas Tech in Wes Welker and Danny Amendola. And then I went on to become a coordinator at Arizona, and we had Rob Gronkowski. And obviously, Rob had a great career with the Patriots. And so cross paths kind of through some conversations that way, but really don't know him. But I certainly have a lot of respect for him and, what he's done.
One of the big things that you're trying to do for this opening game is to get to know his team a little bit, and with 70 new players and entirely different staff, is there an efficient way to prep for a team that nobody really quite recognizes right now?
I mean, certainly not efficient. I mean, there's you got to grind through it. I mean, you have to go back and you have to say, I think this guy is going to be the starter, or this guy might be the starter, or this guy might play here. And then, with some of the technology available today with PFF and all the access that we have from a video standpoint, you can watch these guys now and go and look them up pretty quickly and at least get an idea for, okay, this is their strengths and this is their weaknesses. But you don't even really know who's going to be starting and who's going to be starting in what position and all the different things. So there's a lot of moving pieces. You're not really sure what the scheme is going to be. You think you have an idea of maybe what it was before, maybe like with Steve Belichick at Washington, but you're not really sure. And so it's a little bit of a crapshoot trying to get ready for week one.
Coach, your teams have fared well in openers going back to your days at Louisiana Tech. I think this will be your 16th opener. You've won 11 previous games. Have you evolved your preseason camp and your week one work throughout your time as a head coach at 4 different stops?
Yeah, I think that you're always trying to adjust and adapt and get ahead of things and figure things out. So yeah, I would say in those 16 years, the way people practice and the approach has really changed. And I always felt like maybe we were a little bit ahead of the curve from the standpoint of I worked for Mike Leach and Hal Mumme, and they had kind of a pro mentality when it came to practicing. And now I think most people have adopted that philosophy. And so, I always felt like early on our teams were fresher in week one just because we did back off a little bit and try to get our team fresh and feeling good before the opener. But I think everybody seems to take that approach these days.
Tar Heel fans, meet your new game day tradition, TK Mulligan Crafted Vodka Cocktails. Born right here in North Carolina, founded by a fellow Tar Heel. We set out to create the most refreshing canned vodka cocktail on the market with 4 great flavors and a variety pack. Perfect for your tailgate, barbecue, or backyard celebration. Crisp, smooth, and always ready when the Heels take the field. TK Mulligan Crafted Vodka Cocktails. Proudly North Carolina, proudly Tar Heel. Find us now at ABC stores statewide. Visit drinkmulligans.com.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Penn Station is all in for Tar Heel Tuesdays. Celebrate football season in the Tar Heel state with Penn Station. Buy 1 sub, get a small sub free. That's every Tuesday, all season long at participating locations. Join Penn Station Rewards or our email club for details. Terms do apply. Love your sub at Penn Station. Craveable subs and Tar Heel spirit. It's all here at Penn Station.
At Reed's Jewelers, we know that the rules of engagement were made to be broken. So don't settle for the first ring you see in the case. When you put a ring on it, make the moment your own with something that's just as unique as your love. Whether you're going big, keeping it subtle, or finding a happy medium, we're here to help you say I do with a one-of-a-kind design. Because doing things your way is what makes them mean everything. Reed's Jewelers, an official partner of Tar Heel Sports. Visit your local Reed's Jewelers in-store or online at reeds.com to chat with an expert.
The Reed's Jewelers pregame show continues with a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard. That'll come in 10 seconds after we pause for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Back here in Kenan Stadium, getting ready for the kickoff between Carolina and TCU. Let's check our Lee's 24-hour towing ACC scoreboard. Preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. Last night, Miami knocked off Notre Dame in South Florida 27-24. Upcoming ACC games, Virginia, NC State. That'll be a noon kick on Saturday. Vanderbilt, Virginia Tech. That's a 7:30 till On Saturday night, same kick time as well for BC, Michigan State in an ACC Big Ten showdown. Of course, the Tar Heels next week are in Charlotte to take on the 49ers. That kicks off at 7 p.m. from the Queen City. We're getting ready for the kickoff here tonight between Carolina and TCU. We're also getting ready for part 2 of Jones' conversation with Coach Belichick when we come back in just a moment from Learfield.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the National Sales Event? Then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus APR cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus APR cash on the purchase of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
They say I invented the mulligan, the second shot that saved many a round. And now I've done it again with my namesake craft vodka cocktail, TK Mulligan. Refreshing 5% ABV vodka cocktails. Not too sweet, under 140 calories, and refreshing flavors like orange crush, lemon wedge, transfusion, and dogwood of fine cranberry lemonade. For the full variety, try our caddy pack at top courses and fine craft retailers. Grab the green can. Take a mulligan. Visit drinkmulligans.com.
Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. For protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Tar Heel fans, CPI is a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Get the best defense with the Southeast leader in smart security. With CPI Security's professional installation and state-of-the-art 24/7 monitoring, you can rest assured knowing your home and business are protected. Plus, with our newest service, Night Guard, you can sleep soundly knowing CPI is on guard in the overnight hours. Contact us today to learn more at cpisecurity.com.
Tar Heel fans, when the Heels win, you win with our favorite pizza partner, Domino's.
Hey Tar Heel fans, this is Ryan from your local Domino's. Our family-owned company is giving every Tar Heel fan 50% off all menu-priced pizzas tomorrow when the Heels win today's game. That's right, 50% off all menu-priced pizzas tomorrow. Order online tomorrow using coupon code GOHEELS at checkout to get this exclusive deal. This discount is only valid if the Heels win, so cheer loud for our Heels. Details and participating locations at uncdominoes.com.
First of 2 consecutive seasons that Carolina and TCU will open the year against one another. This one comes in Chapel Hill. Coach Horned Frogs come in as a team offensively that likes to spread the ball around. You mentioned that they make you defend every blade of grass. What challenges does that bring for your defense this evening?
Well, number one, we'll have to match up against their multiple formations. So we don't want to be in situations where, they have 3 guys out there, we only have 2, or they have us out leveraged by formation. So we have to adjust to their formations. And then, being physical and being able to put some pressure on the quarterback. This is a good passing team. They throw the ball a lot. And they can throw it quickly and they can throw it down the field. So we're going to have to, harass the quarterback and force some bad throws and some incompletions and then do a good job of tackling. These guys have a lot of good runners and receivers after the catch. So they have a lot of plays where they turn 2-yard plays into 12, 15, 20-yard plays. And that's really about tackling and wrapping up and getting multiple guys to the tackle, not just one-on-one tackles in space. So they challenge you in a lot of different ways there. And this will be a kind of an assignment game defensively. Somebody's got to, take certain receivers, somebody's got to take the quarterback, somebody's got to take the dive, somebody's got to handle the speed option, and so forth. So we just have to deal with, like I said, be sound on our assignments, because if we miss one guy, whoever will find them, and then they'll have space plays, and that'll make it hard for us to defend.
Coach, I know goal number 1 is winning the game, but what else would you like to know about your team that you just can't know until they play somebody else?
Well, we need to play smart and tough football. We can't go out there and turn the ball over and have penalties and do things that, don't give ourselves a chance to win. So that's the most important thing. And then, we're playing against a team that has some experience, that's tough, that's had multiple seasons here of good football. They have a good program, and we need to compete against a good program and see how we stack up against that. So it'll be a good test for us. I'm glad that we had a good team like this to get ready for, to open the year. It'll help us in the long run, put some urgency into our preparation to prepare for a quality team like TCU coming in here.
As the head coach of the Tar Heels, Bill Belichick. Coach, thank you for your time and best of luck this evening.
All right, thank you.
That's tonight's Coach's Corner, brought to you by DirecTV, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Stream the Tar Heels satellite free on DirecTV. Keys to the game on the way next from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Hey, Tar Heel fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to North Carolina football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the North Carolina Tar Heels. Let's go Tar Heels! SeatGeek.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
You can create a winning
communities offer vibrant lifestyles in some of North Carolina's most sought-after locations. The amenities of fine resorts and the incomparable comforts of home. All Liberty Senior Living communities are designed for active seniors and feature whole-person wellness, distinctive dining, life enrichment, and top-class amenities and services. Visit your local Liberty Senior Living community, the Templeton of Cary or Hayes Barton Place, today and come home to the retirement you deserve. Exceptional senior living here, there, and everywhere you want to be.
Take your Tar Heels tailgate to the next level with a new Honda. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today. Before the coin flip, let's get to our keys to the game. Jones, mine is tackling. The Tar Heels have to wrap up, especially if they get caught out in space.
Joe, I'm going to the line. Just a lot of questions there, offensively and defensively. How does that line of scrimmage play for Carolina today?
Yeah, and for me, I believe that with the focus that Coach Belichick makes on special teams, at some point in this game, there will be a special teams play that will change the outcome of this game.
Lee, how about you down on the field?
Jones is Gio Lopez, ready for prime time. The transfer from South Alabama has all the tools. He's athletic, accurate, smart, and a good leader. A program that has had a riches at quarterback the last half dozen years needs to find its next star at quarterback.
Those are our keys to the game. The Tar Heels came out of the West End zone. There were flames, there were fireworks, and there's Coach Belichick, finally, Jones, on the sideline, ready to coach his first game here in Chapel Hill.
TCU wins the toss, Dave, and elects to defer. So Carolina will have the football first. Joining the teams at midfield was our UNC Health Kid Champion today, Waylon. 4 years old, full of energy, imagination, and fearless fun. His family describes him as an all-around amazing kid, shows him every day how to find joy in the small things. So glad Waylon could be with us. Brought to you by UNC Health. Get back to life's moments faster, stronger, healthier. And our uniform reveal brought to you by UniFirst. If you need work uniforms that help your team stay at the top of their game, UniFirst can deliver for you. You'll get exceptional service, top-notch products, and uniform experts who always deliver. Carolina will be returning this kick from right to left, wearing the Carolina blue helmets, Carolina blue jerseys, and white breeches. White NC on the side of the helmets, white numbers. TCU in purple helmets, white jerseys, purple breeches, numbers and letters in purple as well. It is Michigan transfer Benjamin Hall on the near hash, Chris Culliver, who ran two back for scores last year on the far hash. The ball is in the air, and the Bill Belichick era in Chapel Hill is underway with Chris Culliver coming off the goal line. Stutter steps his way to the far sideline and is shoved out of bounds, shy of the 20. Out of bounds at the 17-yard line. And that's where Carolina will start possession number 1. So Gio Lopez, the South Alabama transfer, is the quarterback. Caleb Hood will be the running back. Carolina sends out Jordan Shipp and Chris Culliver as the wide receivers. True freshman Aiden Buchanan is going to be the left tackle. Aiden Banfield, returning starter at left guard. Christo Kelly at center. Been questions with his health, but he's there. Daniel King at right guard. And right tackle for the Tar Heels. We'll tell you in just a moment because Lopez is under center and ready to go. Hands off to Hood. Hood, good space up the middle, crosses the 25. It'll be a gain of 9 on the first down run. It is William Boone, by the way, redshirt junior at right tackle. The really good safety, Bud Clark, made the stop for TCU. Carolina is huddling and going under center, although this play, Lopez will be in the shotgun. So a little different look. We haven't seen Carolina huddle consistently in years. Benjamin Hall now in the game, was set out wide right, but now he's standing to Lopez's right. He'll get the handoff. Coming near side, now cuts up and has the first down at the 29-yard line. Caleb Elam's-Orr, the linebacker, makes the stop. For TCU, Zach Chapman, Marcus Deal, Ansel Dinba, Devin Deal up front, Namdi Obiizor, and Caleb Elarms-Orr, the linebacker who just made the tackle, are the two linebackers. Nickelback Austin Jordan, Channing Canada, and Vernon Glover at corner. Bud Clark, Jamel Johnson, the safeties. Those are starting lineups brought to you by Coors Light, Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose Chill, an official beer of the Heels. Celebrate responsibly. So Carolina 1st and 10 at the 29-yard line after back-to-back runs. They'll keep it on the ground again. A lot of space for Hood. Just tripped up as he gets to the second level, right up the gut. Jamel Johnson with the stop. It is a gain of 8. We'll bring up 2nd and 2. Joe, so far, very pro style here, under center, huddling up and running the ball effectively.
Yeah, I really like their heavy package and then running right, using motion to get bigger and run right at them.
Now they're in the pistol, and we'll see the first throw from Lopez. A lot of time to do so. Lobs it near side. Shipp makes the catch near sideline in TCU territory, right around the 25. First pass of Lopez's Carolina career, an explosive completion.
And this is what happens when you can run the ball downhill like that. It helps you buy time in the play-action passing game. Allowed Shipp to cross all the way over on the other side of the field and hit the deep ball from Lopez.
Carolina has it at the 24-yard line. After that completion to Shipp of 39 yards. For Shipp, that is a career long. The sophomore from Charlotte, somebody Carolina figures will play heavily on the offense this year. So Carolina now at the TCU 24, moving from right to left. Lopez pulls it away, throws, caught by Shipp at the 10, dragged down at the 5. Carolina will have 1st and goal. Vernon Glover dragged down Shipp after the grab.
Yeah, great read by Gio Lopez in the RPO game right there. You fake the handoff because the linebackers move up. Shipp comes right at that second level, behind on the slant route. 1st and goal for the Tar Heels down at the 5.
Carolina brings in some big personnel, including Jordan Owens, a 6'6 senior from Central Arkansas. One of 70 new Tar Heels. Get your programs out. You're going to need them this season. Carolina 1st and goal, heading towards the west end zone here in a jam-packed Kenan Stadium. Caleb Hood is the running back. Snap to Lopez in the shotgun. Fakes the handoff. Coming near side. Hit in the backfield. And he loses a couple. He's tripped up at around the 8 by Devin Deal. Jamel Johnson, the safety, in the mix as well. So the best defensive play for TCU. Loss of 3 by Lopez on the run.
Yeah, TCU had the right call on there. They brought a twist with the linebacker over the top. Gio tried to go into the short side of the field. Sometimes you just have the right call on at the right time.
Carolina huddling up about 4 yards behind the ball, which is on the near hash at the 8-yard line. 2nd and goal for Carolina. First possession of the ball game. Lopez in the pistol with Hood behind him. He will hand to him. Hood right side. Slithers through and powers home. Touchdown, Carolina. What a start for Belichick in the Heels. 8-yard touchdown run caps off the 6-play, 83-yard drive for Hood. That is his third career touchdown. He didn't have one last season. Playing in a reserve role, of course, the talented back has been battling injuries his whole Carolina career. Looked pretty darn healthy right there.
Absolute domination up front by the offensive line for the Tar Heels.
Extra point is blocked, but still goes through. Reese Verhoff, the Marshall transfer, is Carolina's kicker. His kick was low and blocked, but still found its way through to make it 7-0. Well, let's all catch our breath. What a start. 10:55 to go. First half. That is Hood's first touchdown since the 2023 season against Appalachian State. Carolina up early. TCU's potent offense will have the ball when we return. 7-0 Carolina from Learfield.
If you're a Tar Heel fan, you know what a winning lineup looks like. Tough, dependable, and versatile. So if you're looking for a new car, check out Honda's impressive award-winning roster to find your MVP. Civic, Accord, CRV, HRV, Passport, Odyssey, Ridgeline, and Pilot. Rugged capability, intelligent all-wheel drive systems, and traction modes. Find your Honda at your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
At Reed's Jewelers, we know that the rules of engagement were made to be broken. So don't settle for the first ring you see in the case. When you put a ring on it, make the moment your own with something that's just as unique as your love. Whether you're going big, keeping it subtle, or finding a happy medium, we're here to help you say I do with a one-of-a-kind design. Because doing things your way is what makes them mean everything. Reed's Jewelers, an official partner of Tar Heel Sports. Visit your local Reed's Jewelers in-store or online at reeds.com to chat with an expert.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Game sponsor today is Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Heels with the hot start. 7 plays, 83 yards, 3:59 off the clock, and a 7-0 Carolina lead. Our weather report brought to you by TK Mulligan Crafted Vodka Cocktails. Born in North Carolina with one goal in mind, craft the highest quality drinks on the market at 5% ABV. They're perfect for enjoying on the patio, at the tailgate. You can find statewide at North Carolina ABC stores. And what a beautiful night. Right around 70 degrees at kickoffs. Expecting it to get into the low 60s before we're done. Almost no precipitation, very light wind as well. After Carolina kicks this off, we're going to go, well, I tell you what, let's just check in with Lee right now. Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee, it is pumping in here right now.
It sure is. Caleb Hood put his name in the transfer portal. Jones decided to take it back out and become a Tar Heel. He is svelte. He is lean. He has lost 10 pounds. He says he's a lot quicker. And, boy, he looked like it on that drive.
Carolina ready to kick off. Again, it's Marshall transfer Reese Verhoff, and it will be a touchback for Verhoff. Just under 70% of his kickoffs last year for the Thundering Herd were touchbacks, and TCU will start at the 25. Josh Hoover, 3,949 yards passing last year, a TCU single-season record. He is the quarterback. Kevorian Barnes, transfer from UTSA, the running back for the Horned Frogs. We'll give you the Carolina defensive starters in just a moment. But TCU already in the shotgun, I should say, ready to go from left to right off the 25. It's a quick hitter to the near side. Catch is made at the 35, and falling forward for the first down is Eric McAllister. Gavin Gibson, an ECU transfer, made the hit for Carolina at the safety position. Up front for the Tar Heels, you have Leroy Jackson redshirt freshman from Leesburg, Georgia. He was on the team a year ago. He's joined in the middle of the line by Isaiah Johnson, an Arizona transfer, redshirt junior. Also up front, DeAndre Robinson, everybody calls him Fleazy. Florida transfers, had a really good camp. Give you a few more in just a second for the Tar Heels, but TCU ready to go. Bubble screen to the near side. McAllister again with the catch, but Carolina rallies to the football and holds it to just a 2-yard gain. Andrew Simpson, the Boise State transfer, with the tackle. Simpson and Kamori House are the linebackers for the Tar Heels. Also, Heels have Mekhi Bayer, the Nebraska transfer, so they have 3 linebackers on the field at the moment. Thaddeus Dixon, Marcus Allen, the corners. Gibson and Will Hardy, the 2 safeties. It'll be the first run of the day for TCU and barely goes anywhere. Kevorian Barnes stood up by Simpson. Gain of 1, and it'll bring up the first 3rd down by either team. Carolina did not face one on its 7-play touchdown drive. Heels will sub. Here comes Tyler Thompson, also a freshman from Raleigh out of Leesville Road. Xavier Lewis. Also Melkart Abujade, a Delaware transfer, entering the action for the first time as well. 7-0 Carolina. 9:10 to go first quarter. TCU facing a 3rd and 7 on its own 40-yard line. Hoover back to throw. Lets it go, and nowhere near anybody as he came to the near sideline looking for McAllister. Way over his head. Thaddeus Dixon in the action for Carolina. And TCU is going to have to punt.
Yeah, Carolina does a great job on 3rd down right there. They bring in a speed package, allowing more rush, and then play man-to-man across the board. Thaddeus Dixon just put McAllister on the lockdown.
Dixon's really had a good camp for Carolina. Tar Heels consider him one of their top players on the defensive side. Will Hardy back to receive the punt of Ethan Crew, as Crew had some pressure, but was able to get it away. It angles into the Tar Heels sideline, though. The officials continue to run up. Still moving. 35-yard line is where Carolina will take over. That's a 25-yard punt by Ethan Crawl, who had some Tar Heels up in his crawl as he tried to kick it away. 8:54 to go first quarter. We'll take another break. Heels up 7-0 and getting the football from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David.
That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates.
Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance.
Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top.
Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Now at the new Verizon stores in Raleigh and Durham, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. Check out our huge selection of phones, home internet, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you.
Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Hi, this is Cricket Lane, Senior Associate Athletics Director. As the Bank of Doing, Wells Fargo is proud to be the official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Wells Fargo is supporting our student athletes on and off the field. With interactive financial health curriculum and empowerment resources, Wells Fargo has a game plan for the full student athlete experience. Learn more about what Wells Fargo is doing to put people and communities first by visiting wellsfargo.com/impact.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to Tar Heel Football.
Palpable it has been for months, of course, but crescendoing here tonight. What a start for the Heels. 8:54 to go first quarter. Carolina gets a touchdown in 7 plays on its first drive. TCU picks up 1 first down but has to punt on 4 plays. It's just a 25-yard punt. Carolina will start on its own 35. We're in our Lenovo broadcast booth. Lenovo is a global technology leader that provides solutions and is a solutions company that has called North Carolina home for 2 decades. Proud to support the community and the Tar Heels. Lenovo, smarter technology for all. Their website, Lenovo.com. Joe, one set of offense, one set of defense, and boy, Carolina looks physical so far.
Yeah, I think that what you expect is what you get, is that they brought out on both series, heavy package on the offensive side of the football. They used motion to set up their runs and just put hat on hat and show this is who we're going to be. I was shocked that down in the red zone in that area of the field that Caleb Hood had that big of a hole to work his way in the end zone. And then on the defensive side of the ball, you could see the physicality up front of that defensive line. So this is what, so far, I know it's early, don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but so far, this is what the doctor ordered in Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Just a couple of changes here in this sequence for Carolina. Looks like Alex Taylor, redshirt freshman from Greensboro out of Grimsley High School, is going to be one of the receivers. Also, Chad Lindbergh, a transfer from Rice, Georgia before that. He's going to be the center. Christo Kelly battled injuries in training camp. Austin Blasky, the center last year, out for a couple of weeks. So Lindbergh will be the center, and he's snapping out of the shotgun. But first, the flag comes in, and it looks like the Tar Heels moved.
False start. Offense number 72. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That's true. Freshman Aiden Buchanan, originally committed to West Virginia before flipping that commitment. Just a mountain of a man. I mean, he is 6'9", 330 as a freshman, and has done some nice things for Carolina to earn that starting left tackle spot. Now, remember, Gio Lopez is left-handed, so his blind side is actually protected by the right tackle. A little different than what you may think. That's William Boone holding down that right tackle spot for Carolina. So first penalty of the game makes it 1st and 15. Heels will still stay on the ground, and Davion Goss is able just to fight back to the line of scrimmage. Goss is wearing number 37. That is a change. He had been listed at 21. We expected him at 21, but a last-second number change for Goss, who is the leading returning rusher for Carolina with more than 300 yards a season ago. He is tripped up to make it 2nd and 15. So the penalty and then no gain, 2nd and 15. Carolina again huddling up, so different from what we have seen with the lightning quick pace through the years where college football is going. Tar Heels much more methodical as Lopez, pressure coming late, is stood up in the pocket, is able to get out of it, but then the whistles blow. Zach Chapman had Lopez. Lopez fought out of the grasp of the sophomore defensive lineman, but the officials blew their whistle and said the play was over. So it's going to be a loss back to the 22. And Tar Heels going in the wrong direction after that sack.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, Jones. He looked like he had him wrapped up, but Gio got away from him pretty easily. So that was a very quick whistle by the referee.
7-0 Carolina. Tar Heels highly successful on drive number 1, but going backwards on this drive. This is 3rd and forever. 3rd and 23. Carolina with just one back, Hood behind Lopez, and they will play it conservative and just hand the ball to Hood and live to fight another day. 3rd and 23. He gains 1, and Carolina will have to punt it for the first time. So the penalty and then the sack, just Tar Heels sliding backwards on that particular drive.
Yeah, you saw in that first drive how they really stayed ahead of the change, and that like you said, that first penalty got them set back and then having nothing in the run game right there. But you know what? That's okay. Sometimes it's better off just to flip the field, use your punt game, get the defense back out there and get a stop.
Tom McGinnis, the punter again for the Tar Heels, after averaging better than 41 yards per kick a season ago. He'll drift off to the right and boot it away, angling towards the TCU sideline, bounces at around the 43 and hops out of bounds. They're going to mark it at the 42, it appears, of the Horned Frogs. So neither team has had a great punt in their opportunity. McGinnis's kick just 34 yards. Remains 7-0 Carolina with 6:39 to go in the first quarter. TCU will have its second drive of the ball game starting on its own 42 when we return from Learfield.
Hey, Tar Heel fans. Stay connected to your home or business with CPI Security. You could be a world away and still know who's at your front door when packages arrive, or even adjust your thermostat. It's all made possible through CPI's InTouch app. Contact us today to start protecting what matters most and get more connected with your home even when you're away. Visit CPISecurity.com for more information. CPI is a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
7-0 Carolina, 6:39 to go, first quarter. The North Carolina Award, presented by tonight's game sponsor, Wells Fargo, is the state's highest civilian honor. Proceeds from this year's November 13th event in Asheville are going to support Hurricane Helene recovery efforts. And past Tar Heel North Carolina Award recipients include Coach Smith, James Taylor, Andy Griffith, and guess who the winner is this year?
Who's it?
Roy Williams, the winner of the 2025 North Carolina Award for Public Service. To learn more about this year's event or purchase tickets, you can scan the QR code to visit the website. Thank you for your ongoing support of Western Carolina. Together with Wells Fargo, they are building a stronger, safer, and more resilient North Carolina for all. Speaking of Coach Williams, he is in a kind of terrace area over in the blue zone, and he's got
sitting with the goat.
Yeah, he's got some pretty good seatmates over there. Lawrence Taylor, Michael Jordan, Mia Hamm was scheduled to be here as well. I think I see a Mia over there.
What is this, a goat convention?
Yeah, that's some heavy hitters over there. So great to see them here supporting Carolina football in this momentous day for the Tar Heels. Bill Belichick and his first game of his career. And, of course, Coach Belichick, what a career. 333 wins at the NFL level. It's the second most ever. 31 of those are playoff wins, most ever. 6 Super Bowls as a head coach, 8 as a coach in total. Just it's unmatched. And so certainly the excitement for Coach Belichick now leading the Tar Heel program. You felt it, we felt it, and you can certainly feel it in Keenan tonight.
Man, what energy. What an incredible amount of energy. Expecting it, but just to be here and feel this, what a show they put on, especially that pregame show. That was fantastic.
Now the Tar Heels need to have a good defensive effort because TCU has good starting field position at its own 42, moving from left to right. Ball's on the far hash. Tar Heels up 7-0, 6:39 to go in the first quarter. Hoover, the quarterback for TCU, is in the shotgun. He'll empty out the backfield and get the snap. Quick hitter to the near side. Tar Heels all over that. Holy smokes. Kamori House and Andrew Simpson converged on running back Jeremy Payne for a quick hit and a loss of 1.
You know, the one thing that I've noticed so far, Jones, is the clarity of communication amongst the UNC defense.
Let's say loss of 2, actually, back to the 40. And it'll be 2nd and 12. TCU trying a deep shot, and Marcus Allen one-on-one. Nice. Oh my goodness.
Come on.
A very late flag comes in. Allen was defending Jordan Dwyer, the Idaho transfer. I thought that was open and shut quality defense for Allen. Let's wait and see. The officials are still talking about it. This is a Big 12 crew led by Kevin Marr. And we'll hear from Mr. Marr here in just a second.
Pass interference. Defense number 29. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Man. Getting a look at this replay. Joe, I got to tell you,
oh, come on. That's unbelievable. a little slight hand battle, and one not even close. Not even close.
Coach Belichick, hand on hip. Had a quick word for the head linesman, Bradford Edwards, near him. So instead of 3rd and 12, TCU moves into Tar Heel territory for the first time at the 44-yard line on the near hash.
Got to turn the page.
Hoover. It's going to be a jet sweep going to the far side. Carolina chases it down nicely and shoves the ball carrier Jordan Bailey out of bounds after a gain of 4. Gavin Gibson, the East Carolina transfer, is the man who ushered Bailey out of bounds. Bring up 2nd and 6. Heels up 7-0. 5:53 to go, first quarter. Ball now on the far hash as TCU goes from left to right. They will turn and hand to Kevorian Barnes, who is able to dive through the line of scrimmage ahead to the 35. It will bring up 3rd and 1 for TCU. Gavin Gibson, another stop.
Oh, Carolina had the right blitz on there, but Barnes is able to slip through it and have a nice little pickup.
3rd and 1. TCU has failed on its only 3rd down attempt. Quick screen, and it's going to be enough for the first down, even though the Heels defended it nicely. Making a quick tackle on the play on the completion to Kevorian Barnes was Will Hardy. But, as we said, enough to move the sticks on the gain of 2. So first 3rd down conversion for either team belongs to TCU. Horned Frogs starting to get deep in Tar Heel territory at the 33. 5 minutes to go, first quarter. Heels up 7-0. Jam-packed Kenan Stadium. 4th meeting between TCU and Carolina. They'll play again next year in Dublin. Hoover claps his hands out of the shotgun, hands off to Barnes. Barnes is slowed down and eventually taken down by the combination of Will Hardy and Kamori House. It was Kamori House and Will Hardy. And TCU able to pick up 6, though, on the run to the 27-yard line.
Yeah, you could see a little game of cat and mouse between Steve Belichick and TCU on they're changing the call. He's changing his defensive call.
2nd and 4. Hoover will throw this time. Carolina brings pressure. TCU picks it up. Throw to the corner of the end zone. Caught and touchdown. Jordan Dwyer, the Idaho transfer, on a beautifully thrown ball by Hoover, brings it in the front left corner of the end zone for the score. Got ahead of Marcus Allen on the play.
Yeah, that's just one-on-one on the outside, and Jordan Dwyer was able to run by, and just like you said, Jones, Josh Hoover just dropped the ball right in there at the corner of the end zone for the touchdown.
Tar Heel crowd still frustrated. Remember, they thought they had TCU at 3rd and 12 at the beginning of the drive, but a dubious pass interference on
TCU.
On Marcus Allen.
Number 54 is now wearing number 90.
You may have heard the official there, Kevin Marr.
Number 66 is now wearing number 94 as well for TCU.
Well, multiple number changes to make sure there are no double numbers out there on the special teams extra point. Kyle Limmerman, sophomore from Southlake, Texas, 54 of 55 on extra points last year for TCU, to try and tie the game with 4:08 to go in the first quarter. Snap is a little high, but Horned Frogs bring it down and kick it through. Good job by the holder, Easton Black, to bring the snap down and set up the PAT. So Jordan Dwyer with his first touchdown as a member of TCU's team, but he came in with some big numbers from Idaho a year ago. He had 78 catches and 12 touchdowns last year for Idaho. That touchdown in total is his 19th of his career. It is the 43rd passing touchdown of Hoover's career. And with the extra point, ties things up. Again, the particulars on the drive with 4:08 to go in the first quarter. 6 plays, 58 yards, 2:31 off the clock. It is Hoover to Dwyer for the 27-yard touchdown. So, Joe, game's now settled in a little bit, and we'll see how Carolina responds.
Yeah, you got to turn the page. That was a really, in my opinion, a really bad penalty call. You said would have put him in a 3rd and 12, but hey, you got to turn the page. They're going to make plays. We're going to make plays. Just keep on fighting.
Again, it is Hall and Culliver to return the kick. Limmerman, who just made the extra point, kicks it off, and this time Culliver will put his arms out to the side to indicate the fair catch. And the Tar Heels will start on the 25. Give us a chance to check in with Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee.
Wish I had a camera and a little closer access. Interesting photo just this moment ago with Bill Belichick conferring with his two sons, Steve Belichick, who is the defensive coordinator, and Brian Belichick, who helps coach the safeties for the Tar Heels. Interesting triumvirate of Belichick's, of course, the two sons brought to Carolina from Steve came across the country from the University of Washington, and Brian had been with the Patriots with his dad years before that.
First time we'll see South Carolina transfer Connor Cox at one of the tight end spots. He had been wearing 18. He's in 87 tonight. He's set up as a wing on the near side of the line with Carolina and TCU tied at 7. Tar Heels keep it on the ground with Hood. Drifts out to the right, now cuts upfield and only able to get 1 yard on the play before Caleb Elarms-Orr in his second year with TCU, California transfer, made the hit. He was good at Cal a couple years ago. He was second team all Pac-12 for the Bears 2 seasons ago. 2nd and 9. Carolina and TCU tied up 7 apiece, late first quarter, 3:35 and counting. Ship goes in motion. Heels keep it on the ground, and nowhere to go this time for Hood. He is met at the original line of scrimmage, the 25-yard line, by Paul Oyewale, a 6'4 junior from Houston, Texas. Really talented player. Did not play a season ago for TCU due to injury.
Yeah, and this is what you don't want to do. You don't want to put yourself in these 3rd and long situations. Now you're going to find out. You have to throw the football, have to make conversions on 3rd down. What type of pass protection can this offensive line give to Gio Lopez?
Remember, Carolina had a 3rd and 23 in which it just ran it. This is 3rd and 10. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. As Lopez gets the low shotgun snap, time to throw, lobs it near side, and a lot of hand fighting between Ship and the defense. No flag, ball incomplete. It will be a punt for the Heels. Devin Deal applying some pressure late in the sequence for TCU.
Yeah, that's tough to go 3 and out back to back. Trying to settle an offense. You can tell TCU has made some adjustments right there. They bring an inside backer on a twist right there, and the offensive lineman for Carolina picks it up a little bit late, which threw Gio off his rhythm.
So Carolina 0 for 2 on 3rd down as McGinnis in again to punt. A little better kick this time for the Australian native is fair caught at the 30-yard line by Jordan Dwyer of TCU. So the Horned Frogs will start on their own 30. That punt, better kick by McGinnis of 45 yards with some good hang time. And TCU will have a chance with a 7-7 game and 2:37 to go in the first half. So, Joe, first possession, Heels go 7 plays, 83 yards and a touchdown. Next 2 possessions, 6 total plays and -6 yards for Carolina's offense.
Yeah, I think the way that Carolina, the maybe potential, as I'm watching this game unfold just a little bit right now, is that the one thing they're going to have to do is win on 1st down and stay ahead of the chains if they want to get into the game and the offensive game that they're looking for tonight.
Coleman Bryson, a transfer from Minnesota, in for Carolina, one of the safety spots. He's joined by Gavin Gibson back there as TCU with a quick snap, and Tar Heels ready for it. Kamori House, Isaiah Johnson all meet the ball carrier as he tried to stretch it to the left side of the line. And the Tar Heels bring up 2nd and 10 with the nice defensive effort. Andrew Simpson in there too. When you're going to hear Simpson's name a bunch, veteran player, transfer from Boise State, middle linebacker, played 40 games for the Broncos over the last 3 years. He's a stud back there. Hoover to throw, has a man open in the middle of the field, caught, immediate tackle by Carolina, but enough for the 1st down. As the catch made by DJ Rogers, tight end for TCU. Simpson with the hit, but it's a gain of 10 at the far hash. So a fresh set of downs for TCU. They'll hand off, and not much there. This time it's Leroy Jackson, the redshirt freshman for Carolina, making the stop. Gain of 1. and it will be 2nd and 9. We're down to about 90 seconds, minute 30 right now in the first quarter. Game tied at 7. TCU on the move at its own 41-yard line, moving left to right. Ball on the far hash. It'll be 2nd and 9 for the Horned Frogs.
That was a really nice play by Leroy Jackson, coming down the line and be able to make that. If he doesn't make that play, there was some space out there.
Third drive for TCU. Had to punt on its first possession, scored a touchdown on the second. Heels rush just 3 on 2nd and 9. Hooper able to get out of the pocket, but there the Tar Heels to meet him with some force. You had Mekhi Bayer as the first Tar Heel there. Kamori House came in to help finish things up as well. It'll be a short gain on the scramble of 3 and bring up 3rd down and 6 with 43 seconds to go, first quarter. TCU 1 for 2 on 3rd down so far. Hoover will need to snap this before the quarter clock runs out. Play clock at 10, game clock at 27. 3rd and 6. Keenan Crowd trying to make some noise. Hoover, quick hitter, caught. It is going to depend on the spot. The ball was caught right at the 50, which was the yard to gain. And yes, the officials say move the sticks after Caleb Cost made the tackle, but it's enough to move the chains.
That's just good execution by the TCU offense and Hoover. Carolina was bringing a 6-man blitz, and so they knew they were going to get mad, and they just man across the board, and they just hit the slant real quick.
It was Joseph Manjack IV, a transfer from Houston, who made his first catch of the ball game to move the chains for TCU. So, Horned Frogs have converted 2 3rd downs here in their last couple of possessions. Scored a touchdown, and now we'll start the second quarter, 1st and 10 at midfield. Carolina 7, TCU 7. Horned Frogs with the football when we come back, heading to the second quarter in Chapel Hill from Learfield.
If you're a Tar Heel fan, you know what a winning lineup looks like. Tough, dependable, and versatile. So if you're looking for a new car, check out Honda's impressive award-winning roster to find your MVP. Civic, Accord, CR-V, HR-V, Passport, Odyssey, Ridgeline, and Pilot. Rugged capability, intelligent all-wheel drive systems, and traction modes. Find your Honda at your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today.
This week on Sports News, football's newest star ain't no rookie, it's DirecTV. They make it easy to find your pro and college teams across live TV and streaming apps so you never miss a moment. And with access to your game stats and scores in one place, it's good. It's DirecTV like you've never seen it. Visit DirecTV.com today. DirecTV is a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Internet-connected Gemini device and separate subscriptions required. New residential customers auto-renews monthly. Cancel anytime. Equipment lease required. Unreturned device fees apply. Credit card and restrictions apply.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
It's bow time. Fumble in the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
This is Joe Yock, proud Tar Heel football alum. I know what it takes to stay on your feet, on the field and off. That's why I trust the Good Feet Store, proud partners of Carolina Athletics. They provide personalized art supports that have helped thousands move better, feel better, and live pain-free. Get back to moving the way you're meant to. Visit the Good Feet Store right here in Chapel Hill or one of their 6 locations across the state. Support your heels and feel the difference.
Tar Heels started hot, first possession touchdown. TCU has responded and has control at the moment. Game tied at 7. TCU with the football right at midfield with a 1st and 10 as we go to the second quarter. 78 yards for TCU, 77 for Carolina in the first quarter. But the Heels had 83 on their first drive, went backwards after that. And Carolina has tried to run the football for sure. 19 yards on 10 carries. Now they do have minus 11 due to a sack. Remember, in college football, sack yardage counts against the team's rushing total. Reminder that you can listen to us while you're synced up with your TV. So if you want to stay home, watch the game, but listen to us, we'd love for you to do so. Easy instructions at syncmygame.com. That's SYNC mygame.com to find out how. Lights are off here in Keenan. All kinds of... Boy, the light show's been impressive, Joe. I mean, really
incredible.
Just almost every aspect.
Cell phones. Everybody get their cell phone out, lighting up the whole place, different colors, American flag in the red, white, and blue. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, the game day atmosphere has been looked at from every angle. Try to improve that and continue to improve. Of course, winning football
that helps.
Is the number one atmosphere inducer. And right now, Carolina tied up with TCU. 7-7 the score. Horned Frogs now moving from right to left. Ball on the near hash for the first snap of the second quarter. Hoover eases up towards the line. Still 5 on the play clock as he settles in the shotgun. Hands at his chest level, claps him, and hands off to Kevorian Barnes. Barnes, slipped through a tackle, and he ends up getting good yards where it didn't look like much was there. C.J. Mims made first contact, ECU transfer, but it's a gain of 7 on the play. And it will bring up 2nd and 3. So TCU back in Tar Heel territory for the second consecutive drive. They'll keep it on the ground again. Big collision. And falling forward, Barnes right to the line to gain of the 40. And they will go ahead and say first down. Smith Vilbert, yet another transfer from Penn State. Big, powerful guy, 6'6", 282 pounds. A redshirt senior made the hit for Carolina. But back-to-back runs now have TCU to the Tar Heel 40. This will be the 8th play of the drive coming up for the Horned Frogs. 14:05 and counting, second quarter. Carolina scored first, TCU answered, and now the Horned Frogs in Tar Heel territory with the game knotted at 7. Another run to Barnes. Barnes slips through tackles and holding on to his legs. Andrew Simpson drags him down at the 31, but it's a gain of 9. Well, TCU did not feel as though it ran downhill enough last year, according to Sonny Dykes. And Barnes, a big physical back from UTSA, giving them some downhill running. He's going to get another opportunity. Hit in the backfield, still fighting to stay alive. Boy, he shucks off 2 or 3 tackles and gets a first down on the near side. Eventually, Marcus Allen with the hit. That was an impressive run that time for Barnes.
Yeah, that was a very strong run. The heels had him dead to rights, not able to get the first down. He bounced off it and be able to grind his way for another first down.
To the Tar Heel 27, so nearing the red zone. Game tied at 7. Students starting to make a little noise to try and bother Hoover and the Horned Frogs on this first down snap. Quick lob is caught inside the 15 at the near sideline by DJ Rogers. Gavin Gibson, long rotation over from his safety spot, made the immediate tackle, but not before the ball was brought in at the 13 for a gain of 14, and TCU in the red zone.
Yeah, very well-designed football play.
Horned Frogs now over 100 yards of offense at 115. Very good offensive team a year ago, top 30 in the country. Average better than 426 yards a game. Hoover drops back, looks to his right, throws to his right, and air mails it over everybody's head.
There you go.
In the back corner of the end zone, and another flag has come in.
That's going to be offensive interference.
You're right, Joe. I think this may actually be against Dwyer, the wide receiver for TCU, as he was battling again with Marcus Allen.
Offense, 15-yard penalty. Repeat, second down.
That's a costly penalty for TCU. That takes them from 1st and 10 at the 14 to 1st and 25 at the 29-yard line.
Yeah, this is where the Tar Heels really need to dig in. They're able to, as they get down the red zone, push them back out. Now on first down, a lot of yardage to go. Heels got to dig in on defense right here and get a stop.
Ball's marked at the 28-yard line. So that 15-yard penalty, TCU needs the 3 for the first down. This is first and long after the penalty. Hoover going to play action. Quickly throws to the near sideline. It is caught at the 15-yard line. Marcus Allen slings down Jordan Dwyer. Right now, though, Joe, TCU looking for Marcus Allen almost every play.
Yeah, and this is the problem. When you get bit deep like that, the way Marcus is on that touchdown, he's going to give a little more cushion, which allows those receivers, Dwyer over there, to start running those deep comeback routes.
2nd and 12. TCU well in field goal range, of course. Carolina rushes just 4. Quick throw out to the near sideline. That's the left side for TCU. Caught at the 10, and immediately stepping out of bounds is Dwyer again. So Dwyer, that's already his 3rd catch for 45 yards and a touchdown.
Big 3rd down right here. In the red zone, Carolina needs to get a stop. It's going to be interesting to see what Steve Belichick dials up on defense right now. Does he want to pressure the quarterback with the blitz or drop back and play a little bit of tight zone?
Hoover, 11 for 12 in the game and 5 for 5 on this drive. 13th play of the drive is 3rd and 7 from the Tar Heel 10. Ball on the near hash as TCU goes right to left. 3 receivers to the right. Hoover looks that way. Now comes back to the other side. Eludes pressure. Throws to the end zone and incomplete. It is Coleman Bryson, the Tar Heel safety, defending against the tight end Chase Curtis on the left side of the end zone. Even if Curtis had caught it, I think his foot came down out of bounds on the attempt. But the ball did hit the natural grass surface, incomplete. Just the 2nd of the day for Hoover. And it will bring up a field goal attempt of 28 yards.
Yeah, Hoover was able to escape the pocket, which got me a little worried there for a second. But just like you said, Coleman comes up with a really nice play and knock that ball out. Make them try to attempt this field goal.
Kyle Limmerman already made a PAT today. And flags come in. Now, if this is on the Tar Heels.
No, it's false start.
Yeah, TCU moving back. I think it was motion by the Horned Frogs.
False start. Kicking team number 70. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
That's Ryan Hughes, one of the offensive linemen. So that will move this back a little farther, make it now a 33-yard attempt for Limmerman. He was just 3 for 5 between 30 and 39 yards last year. This is off the left hash. Trying to give TCU the lead here in the 2nd quarter. Game tied at 7. Cal Keeler, the long snapper. Sends it back. Spot is down. Kick is away. And it is through the pipes for TCU. So the Horned Frogs score on their 2nd consecutive possession. This one is a field goal, though, as the Tar Heels do hold after the visitors got deep in Carolina territory, as deep as the 10-yard line, but eventually have to settle for the kick. So 10-7 TCU. See if this Tar Heel offense can get out of the mud after a hot start. Been a little sluggish here these last few possessions. 11:13 to go, 2nd quarter. TCU 10, Carolina 7 from Learfield.
Kohl's Labor Day sale is here. Sure, it's hard to admit summer's ending, but with $10 off $25 spent at Kohl's, you can stop living in denial and start living in cute cardigans. Yep, we're back to wearing layers. So welcome fall with savings on jeans, tees, candles, and comfy bedding. And earn Kohl's cash all weekend. Trust me, your future cozy self will thank you. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer in September 1st. See store or Kohls.com for details.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Tar Heel fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to North Carolina football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the North Carolina Tar Heels. Let's go Tar Heels! SeatGeek.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to Tar Heel Football.
11:13 to go, second quarter. TCU back-to-back scoring drives. That was a long one. 14 plays, 55 yards, 6:24 off the clock. That would have tied the longest drive play-wise for TCU last year. They had a couple of 14-play scoring drives, most recently in their season a year ago against SMU, and that was almost matching their longest drive time-wise from a year ago. They had a 6-minute and 41-second scoring drive against Stanford. Again, that one 6:24, capped off with the field goal. We need to break 10 seconds for station ID, nearing the top of the hour. TCU 10, Carolina 7 on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Again, it will be Culliver and Hall to return the kickoff. Carolina coming from left to right this time. Culliver on the near hash. Hall, 5'11", 235-pound redshirt sophomore, transfer running back from Michigan, was on the Wolverine national title team a couple of years ago. He is on the far hash. End over end kick. Culliver will field it and come out of the end zone about 2 yards deep. Culliver angles back to the middle of the field, leaps over a tackler at the 20, and will be tripped up at around the 22 or 23-yard line. Hudson Hooper, a linebacker, with the stop. Let's check in with Lee Pace on the Tar Heel sideline, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter.
Jones, following the NFL protocol of uncluttered sidelines, after all, only 53 players on the NFL team, Bill Belichick has deemed that about 24 Tar Heels who would not have a chance to play to be dressed out in Navy sweatpants. They're over on the left side of the bench, and in the middle of them is Brian Hess, the former strength and conditioning coach under Mac Brown, who was retained by Moses Cabrera, the acclaimed strength and conditioning coach that Bill Belichick brought in to Carolina.
Gio Lopez in the shotgun lead. He'll pull it away and lob it down the far sideline. A great effort by Alex Taylor, but he could not make the catch. Channing Canada was step for step with him in coverage. Lee, you wanted one more point on that one?
Interesting point, Jones, in that tribute to Moses Cabrera's stability and security in his job, that he would say, okay, I'm going to let the former guy hang around, and a tribute to the humility of Brian Hess to say, okay, I can learn from another coach, and I'm going to hang around and be a team player and do my part, whatever that might be.
10-7 TCU. Carolina trying to get some offensive momentum after a hot start. Has slowed down. It will be a design quarterback draw, but nowhere to go for Gio Lopez. He is knocked down in the backfield by Marcus Deal. And so again, the Heels going backwards here. It'll be a loss of 3 back to the 19 and bring up 3rd and 13. So, Joe, 3rd and 23, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 13 on these last 3 possessions.
Yeah, and you're getting to the point now where you may have to try to open up something over the middle of the field, but once again, it comes down to pass protection. I think that's going to be a crucial part on these 3rd and longs. Can Carolina hold up in pass protection?
Lopez has a back to either side of him this time in the shotgun. He will keep it on the ground. A handoff to Benjamin Hall, angling to the near side and can't get to the 25-yard line. Shoved out of bounds by Nnamdi Obiizor at the 24. He does gain 5 yards, but well shy of the first down. So that is 3 straight 3-and-outs for the Tar Heels after 7 plays and 83 yards and a touchdown on the initial drive. Carolina's gone 3-and-out on 3 straight.
And once again, that goes back to why you got to get ahead of the chains. You can tell that the UNC offense doesn't feel confident staying in a drop-back formation and being able to throw the ball downfield on 3rd and long.
McGinnis a couple of steps to his right and then boots it away to Dwyer, who fields it at the 31-yard line of the Horned Frogs. So TCU with the 10-7 lead and the football after the 46-yard kick by McGinnis. 9:40 to go, second quarter. Tar Heels. TCU's now been on the field nearly 11 minutes to just 8 minutes for Carolina. The defense has been out there a bunch here recently. See if the Heels can get a stop and get some juice back here in Kenan Stadium. 10-7 TCU, 9:40 to go, second quarter from Learfield.
Tar Heel fans, this is an exclusive message from our favorite pizza partner, Domino's Pizza, who is on site at every home game where concessions are sold.
Hey Tar Heels, this is Ryan from your local Domino's. Our UNC alumni family-owned company has an exclusive everyday offer for all Tar Heel fans across all of North Carolina. Order online for delivery and use coupon code UNC at checkout and receive 25% off your entire online delivery order. That's right, 25% off everything. It's a great day to be a Tar Heel. Go Heels!
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Tar Heel fans, CPI is a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Get the best defense with the Southeast leader in smart security. With CPI Security's professional installation and state-of-the-art 24/7 monitoring, you can rest assured knowing your home and business are protected. Plus, with our newest service, Night Guard, you can sleep soundly knowing CPI is on guard in the overnight hours. Contact us today and to learn more at cpisecurity.com.
Established in 1995, Lee's 24-Hour Towing is a family-owned and operated small business in Durham and Orange County, North Carolina. We have the equipment and experience to handle all size vehicles. Whether it be your motorcycle, car, truck, SUV, family recreational vehicle, or even a tractor-trailer, we're prepared and available to upright, winch, and tow them all. We provide lockouts, jump starts, fuel deliveries, battery replacement on site with complete diagnostic equipment, and much more. Lee's 24-Hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Play in the first half. It's TCU 10, Carolina 7. Horned Frogs will have the ball when action resumes. And in football, you need a great game plan, of course. Same with your health care benefits. That's why more people trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, the state's most preferred health insurer. Put Blue Cross North Carolina on your team, the official health insurance partner of Carolina Athletics. And a reminder about Food Lion Sacks to Give Back. No sacks yet today for the Heels. This would be a good time to get one here on this next drive. Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need in Chapel Hill for every quarterback sack. Keep cheering on the quarterback sacks all year long to help Food Lion and the Tar Heels give back. Joe, feels like early in the game, but feels like an important set of downs here for the Tar Heel defense.
Yeah, especially when you have the 3-and-out, 3-and-out, 3-and-out 3 times in a row here, and the long drive before this. The Tar Heel defense definitely needs to make some plays, create some negative plays, and get off the field and get our offense back into a rhythm like that first drive.
TCU 133 yards, 94 passing, 39 on the ground. Carolina 78 yards. But remember, they had 83 on their first drive and been going backwards ever since. First snap of this possession, Hoover's going to look down the field with the pass, and guess who? It's Dwyer again. Tar Heels have brought in Khalil Conley, redshirt freshman from Asheville, at the corner spot. He was guarding Dwyer that time, but it's enough for the first down to the 44-yard line. Just a quick out for a gain of 12. Dwyer, a problem right now for the Heels. 4 catches, 57 yards. Hoover moving quickly out of the shotgun. Carolina rushes just 3, and Hoover, a rare miss, has put a little too much mustard on the hot dog on the dump-off near side to Jeremy Payne. And a little too high and hot. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, what TCU is doing, the offense is doing, is they're taking the formation and putting it out to the field, and then it's simple, not complicated football at all. Just match Dwyer up one-on-one into the boundary and let him run goes, let him run comebacks, let him run curls. With his speed, you have to be able to show him some respect.
Yeah, Conley is still at one of the corner spots. Thad Dixon at the other now for the Tar Heels. Dwyer is in the slot on the near side. Now he's going to go in motion, kick out to the sideline, but it's a run for TCU. Andrew Simpson crashes down and makes the hit after a gain of 1, 3rd and 9 on the way.
Wow, that was a great play by Andrew Simpson. He read the run right away, and he got straight down the line, went to where the back was going to be, and able to tackle him for a very short loss.
So 3rd and 9, TCU has converted 2 of its last 3 third downs. Heels would love to get off the field here. Hoover to throw. Carolina rushes just 3. Hoover in a little bit of trouble. Scrambles out to the near side, throws late, and a terrific catch It's Dwyer again on the near sideline. Conley with pretty good defense, but Dwyer makes the catch to move the chains.
And Carolina had done a really good job on the defensive front, but the problem is when you only rush 3, it's hard to contain Hoover, and he's able to get the ball downfield. But like you said, what a great catch by Dwyer.
Gain of 21 to the Tar Heel 34. TCU moving fast and able to stumble forward for a couple of yards to the 31-yard line is Jeremy Payne. So Dwyer now has 78 yards receiving in the ballgame. He has been by far the biggest problem for the Heels.
Once again, I believe they got him matched up in the formation down low on the boundary here.
Second down, TCU keeps it on the ground and positive yards to the 27-yard line. Kamori House and Will Hardy combine on the hit. It'll bring up 3rd and 3. TCU has converted 3 of its last 4 third downs, including that big catch by Dwyer a moment ago.
Yeah, big 3rd and 3 for Carolina right here. But this is the position. If you're a TCU offense, this is exactly where you want to be, converting 3rd and shorts.
7th play of the drive, 3rd and 3 for TCU. Converted at 43% on 3rd down last year. They keep it on the ground and get enough, I think, for the first down. Mekhi Bayer, one of several Tar Heels in the mix. Jeremy Payne was the running back, and it is enough to move the chains. So TCU now 4 of 6 on 3rd down, converting 4 of the last 5 in the ballgame. Ball at the Carolina 23. TCU up 10-7 and looking for more. They send Dwyer in motion behind the formation. Hoover with traffic at his feet, backs up, spins away. Carolina still pursuing. Hoover dumps it off in the flat right side. Dwyer's there for the catch. Steps out of bounds as Carolina closes in at the 20-yard line. Caleb Cost made the hit.
Yeah, really impressed with Hoover's mobility right there. Should have been a hold on the play.
Absolutely. A Tar Heel was Smith Vilbert was just getting dragged down from behind. Ends up being a gain of 3, though. 2nd and 7. Still 10-7 TCU. On the ground with Payne. Is tackle at the 17. It was a good tackle. Will Hardy, Thaddeus Dixon in there. I believe it was Hardy who provided the pop. And he'll bring up another 3rd down. And Joe, pretty obvious here. Tar Heels need to get this stop. They have struggled to get off the field on 3rd down here.
And I think this is a situation where you may even see TCU go for the jugular right now, because if they don't get it here on 3rd down, I would not be shocked at all if they try to convert it on 4th.
10th play of the drive. TCU's run 32 plays. Carolina's run 16. 10-7 TCU. 3rd and 4 from the 17-yard line. Ball on the far hash as the Horned Frogs go right to left. Hoover sets up the screen. It's intercepted. Caleb Cost catches the tip football, and the Heels have possession. Boy, just what the doctor ordered.
What a great read by the defensive lineman. I'm not sure who that was. He's able to re-engage backwards toward the ball, tip it up, and Caleb Cost makes an extremely athletic play, diving for it and getting that interception.
First turnover of the night belongs to the Tar Heels at the 5:13 mark of the second quarter.
Oh, what a play.
Cost, it is his 3rd career interception for the junior out of Atlanta. We'll take a full break here in Keenan. Tar Heels with a shot of momentum, still down 3, but get the turnover. They'll have it when we return. 5:13 to go, second quarter, 10-7. TCU from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Carolina Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Penn Station is all in for Tar Heel Tuesdays. Celebrate football season in the Tar Heel State with Penn Station. Buy one sub, get a small sub free. That's every Tuesday, all season long at participating locations. Join Penn Station Rewards or our email club for details. Terms do apply. Love your sub at Penn Station. Craveable subs and Tar Heel spirit. It's all here at Penn Station.
It's never lost on Window World that your home is your largest physical investment. Window World's integrity will be noticed from your very first moment of contact. The clean, professional installation of premium windows, siding, doors, and more are designed to last while leaving your home looking amazing. Window World and their lifetime warranty will always be there when it really matters. They're America's most trusted remodeler and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics because the difference is integrity and always in the details.
Tar Heels scored a touchdown on their first drive, but have run just 9 total plays on their 3 possessions since. So you can do the math. 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. The Tar Heel defense, though, just gets a big turnover. Caleb Cost with his 3rd career interception. And that one came in the red zone at the Carolina 20-yard line. TCU last year turned it over 2 times the whole season in the red zone. Big one there. And that is the one thing with Hoover. He did throw 11 picks last year and has thrown 20 in his career. So he does get every now and then a little loose with the football. That North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard again brought to you by Farm Bureau Insurance is 10-7 TCU. Farm Bureau Insurance helping you is what they do best. And all our reports from Lee Pace brought to you by the Pinehurst Resort, anchor site of the U.S. Open. History made in Pinehurst, one moment at a time. Well, this Tar Heel offense, boy, how many guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the line of scrimmage. Now Jordan Owens, a tight end, goes in motion. Heels handoff to Benjamin Hall. And Hall able to push forward to the 23-yard line. A Carolina player has lost his helmet. Aiden Buchanan had his helmet come off, so he has to leave for a play. Carolina's going to send in Alabama transfer Miles McVeigh to take his spot. But, Joe, that first down.
That's right.
You've been saying it both on and off the air. First down really important for Carolina's offense and a good gain of 4 there.
Yeah, they got to get ahead of the change. This is a team that's going to be a run-the-ball, play action. They're going to have a hard time pass protection in long down situations.
Lindbergh still the center for Carolina. Snaps it to Lopez in the shotgun. Another handoff to Hall. Stutter step and then explodes forward, but gains just 2 on the play. Kylan Jackson, an LSU transfer, made the hit for TCU, and it will bring up a 3rd and 4 for the Tar Heels.
And I think, Jones, what you're going to see Carolina do, you can definitely see they're committed to the inside run. Now, the way that TCU is countering that is they are crashing down with their outside linebackers and pinching their D linemen. There will come a time later in this game, Carolina will start attacking them on the edge more.
Culliver, Ship, and Vari Green. 3 receivers to the left. Now Green comes in motion. Shotgun snap to Lopez. His pass is picked off, and it's going to be taken back for a touchdown. TCU's Bud Clark with the pick 6. Clark, 3rd straight year he's been a captain for the Horned Frogs. Preseason all-conference as multiple flags come down TCU's sideline, spilled onto the field. Clark has now 12 career interceptions at that safety spot. Big-time player, huge play there.
Yeah, that's just a really long out throw, and then Clark was able to.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Scoring team number 21. 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff. That's number 21's first unsportsmanlike foul of the game.
So Clark gets the flag. Not sure he is worried about that right now, as he just took it back 25 yards on the interception for the touchdown to make it now 16-7. Clark had a pick 6 in the college football playoff semifinal win over Michigan back in 2022. And runs that one back to give TCU the 2-score lead. Extra point is up and through by Limmerman to make it 17-7. So after Cost had the interception for the Tar Heels, not even 2 minutes of game clock action later, TCU gets the pick and the score to make it 17-7. And Joe, Bud Clark, really good player. He had the highest cover grade for a safety in college football a year ago, so he's really good. That was not a particularly difficult interception for Clark. On the long throw, he was able to jump in front, and then nobody was going to catch him after he got the pick.
Yeah, you have a jump route, and on top of it, you're thrown to the wide side of the field. I really liked what Carolina was doing early on, where they're using their play action and attacking the ball over the middle of the field. They hit Jordan Shipp on the slant. I think those are going to be some easier throws for Lopez to make. But you're going to find out a lot about Gio Lopez right now. Hey, bad things happen. Interceptions happen. Interceptions for touchdowns happen. You got to be able to shake it off. You got a 15-yard penalty. Chris Culliver's back here deep. Opportunity to get a return right here. Get some field position. Get a score right now. Get back in this ball game.
TCU kicking off from the 20 after the unsportsmanlike conduct. And it will be an opportunity for Culliver to return it as he fields it near numbers at the 14. Culliver hits resistance at around the 33, spins forward to the 35-yard line. As TCU able to bring him down. Carolina with 3:52 to go, has all three of its timeouts. TCU is scheduled to get the football to start the second half. As the Tar Heels, this will match their best starting field position of the ball game, their own 35.
There is some openings. You're starting to see that TCU's really playing the run inside. Those linebackers are cramping up. There is some openings right over the middle of the field to throw some short passes. Pops get some big gains.
Well, Lopez had just 5 interceptions a year ago, but a big one there. 5 on the play clock. Lopez under center. Will turn and hand it off. And a couple of yards up the gut. I believe it was Caleb Hood back in there at the running back spot. Caleb Elarms or the middle linebacker with the stop. It'll be 2nd and 8. Last time Tar Heels had an opponent run back an interception for a score, Ryan Turner from Boston College last year. That was a difficult game late in the season for the Heels. Turner ran one back for a score in that one. And Bud Clark did it tonight to give TCU the 17-7 lead. 2nd and 8. Heels trying to get some momentum. Stretch play, far side. Ben Hall, first down.
There you go. That's what you can start doing as they start pinching those tackles and ends down, filling with their linebackers. Now you can run exactly what you said, Jones, that stretch play to the outside, and you've got a little bit more space over there. That will widen the field and then allow you to get back to your inside run. Right now they're committed so far inside TCU defense.
Gain of 11, Joe, to the Carolina 48. That's the first down for Carolina since the first drive of the game. As they near midfield, down 10. And the clock moving, 2:36 and counting. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. Tar Heels committed to the run again. Hood. Boy, it looked like if he could have popped it to the far side, he had some space, but got tripped up in a mass of bodies at around midfield. Paul Oyewale, one of them for TCU. It is a gain of 3 to bring up 2nd and 7 as the Tar Heels get into TCU territory at the 49.
I'm going to tell you right now, Carolina Tar Heels are going to be an inside running football team. Freddie Kitchen, Bill Belichick, they're going to be stubborn. I'll tell you that. They're going to try to block people, be stubborn, and they're going to run the ball inside.
Carolina takes it to the 2-minute timeout without snapping. So 2 minutes still to go. 3 timeouts for Carolina. And the Heels down 10, 17-7. So we'll take the break here at the 2-minute timeout. TCU with the 10-point lead over the Heels late in the first half from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or Choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
You want Jersey Mike's signature sub, you get a number 13 original Italian. You want a dramatic radio idea? You get me. Like this. I'm the 7th string quarterback and the other 6 quarterbacks go down. The coach yells, DeVito, you're in. The crowd is worried until I throw a touchdown. But the other team is celebrating. Apparently, I threw the Jersey Mike's number 13 original Italian I was eating on the sidelines. Whoops. The number 13 original Italian, Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to power a brighter future in the Tar Heel State. Beyond providing electricity that powers our lives, electric co-ops are strengthening local communities with education grants, economic development, innovative energy projects, and tools to help you better manage your home energy use. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to Tar Heel Football.
Bill Belichick, 18-11 in his career in season openers. He lost his first ever game as both the head coach of the Cleveland Browns and the New England Patriots. Carolina's last 4 head coaches, Butch Davis against JMU in 07, Everett Withers also against JMU in 11, Larry Fedora against Elon in 2012, and Mac Brown against South Carolina in 2019, all won their first games as head coach. Right now, it's 17-7 TCU with 2 minutes to go in the first half. Tar Heels led 7-0, but since then have gone 3-and-out, 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 pick 6, and now have gained a first down and are into TCU territory on this drive. Meanwhile, TCU had to punt on its first drive, but then 6 plays and a touchdown, 14 plays and a field goal, threw a red zone interception, which you felt like maybe Carolina got a little momentum, but just 3 plays later, Bud Clark with the 25-yard pick 6 for TCU. And that's how we arrived at 17-7. Horned Frogs over the Tar Heels. Carolina will be snapping with the ball on the far hash, moving left to right. 2 minutes to go in the first half. TCU is scheduled to get the ball to start the second half. Gio Lopez has not completed a pass since the first drive for the Tar Heels. He has Davion Goss to his right out of the shotgun. Snap a little low. Lopez able to pick it up, scrambles out of trouble, is hit hard at the 46-yard line by Jamel Johnson. Lopez able to get what he could with pressure at his feet. Will bring up 3rd down and 4.
Yeah, they're trying to run that little play-action slant. The one thing I've noticed so far is that ball is not getting back from the center with much quickness. It's just floating back there. They snap that ball back there, get it quick so Gio can get into his decision-making much faster.
And Tar Heels working with their 3rd-string center right now. Austin Blaski injured. Christo Kelly started the game, but we haven't seen much from him since. Chad Lindbergh is now at the center spot. Play clock down to 4 as Lopez empties the backfield. Gets the snap with 1 second. On one hop, it gets to him. He's able to get rid of the football. And a effort by both teams down the near sideline falls incomplete. Both Jordan Shipp and Austin Jordan for TCU were battling. Neither could come up with it. As Lopez looks at Lindbergh and says, man, I had to lean down and pick that one up.
Yeah, you just can't play football like that, ball dribbling back there. And then, you know, once again, it goes back to the Marcus Allen call. Like, you're going to hand fight there and make that call, but then you get a big hand fight. And I don't like either one of the calls. You know, you hand fight there and there's no call. So that's a tough spot.
Tar Heels now 0 for 5 on 3rd down. Tar Heels have not converted as the snap gets away from the punter. McGinnis able to pick it up and get rid of it. What an effort by McGinnis. The ball's going to roll dead at the 20-yard line. That was almost disaster.
He just dropped it.
That McGinnis was able to salvage with the kick. And TCU will take over between its 20 and 21, and we'll call it a 34-yard kick by McGinnis. What I was about to tell you is Carolina has not converted a third down since the NC State game last year. They were 0 for 9 in the bowl game against UConn, so that means Carolina is 0 for its last 14 on third down in the last game and a half. Hard to win, obviously, with a number like that. 53 seconds for TCU, 3 timeouts, and they get the ball to start the second half. Quick hitter to Dwyer on the near side. Allen with the first contact, and then Peyton Waters, transfer from Washington, comes and shoves out Dwyer after a gain of 6. Stops the clock out of bounds. 5 seconds tick off, 48 seconds to go first half. TCU 17, and they've scored the last 17 points in the game. Carolina 7. Late first half. Hoover in an empty backfield. Carolina rushes 4. Hoover, safe throw, dumps it down to his running back Barnes. Big collision with Allen as he crosses the 35. Out of bounds at the, a generous spot at the 38 for a gain of 12. Clock at 41 seconds. TCU, plenty of time and timeouts to work with.
Yeah, you can see what Carolina does. Whenever TCU goes empty, they go into either a 3-man or 4-man rush and try to drop and play underneath. They're just dinking and dunking, though, underneath, though.
Hoover with Barnes to his right is going to delay handoff to his running back. Carolina plays it nicely and gets the tackle. DeAndre Robinson, highly recruited defensive lineman, transfer from Florida with a really nice play and a tackle for no gain. TCU is going to take its first timeout of the ball game. So we're down to 36 seconds before halftime. Carolina on the wrong side of a 17-7 score here in Kenan. Let's check in with our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace. Lee, what's up?
Been interesting watching Steve Belichick operate here on the sideline. Freddie Kitchen, first-year offensive coordinator, is working out of the booth upstairs. Steve wants to be on the field. He likes to watch the action from about 12 to 15 yards in the offensive backfield. He wants to see what the offense is doing and their angles and their protections, and he's pretty much a lone wolf back here dressed in black pants, black hoodie, and giving his signals by voice to Andrew Simpson, making sure to cover his mouth in case any wayward eyes be looking at trying to read his lips.
Lee Pace fighting through some voice issues there to give us that report as Carolina trying to get off the field and get into the halftime locker room. Bill Belichick really giving it to the official on the sideline in front of the Tar Heel bench. Another quick throw and catch to Dwyer. This is rinse repeat as he catches it in the flat left side and moves out to the 49-yard line for a gain of 9. First down. Clock at 31 seconds. TCU still has 2 timeouts. Limmerman, the field goal kicker for the Horned Frogs, career longest 48 yards. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right here for TCU, snapping it off the near hash at their own 49-yard line, going right to left. Horned Frogs with the 17-7 lead. Tar Heels desperately trying to get to the locker room, make some adjustments. TCU doesn't keep it on the ground. Great play action fake and a throw to Manjack, and he's spun down at the 35-yard line of the Tar Heels by Jaden Patterson. Really nice fake by Hoover. It'll be a gain of 18 to the 33 officially. TCU moving fast. Hoover to throw. Backs up. Again, dumps it off in the flat. This time to Barnes, who just makes a beeline to the far sideline and gets out of bounds at the 26 for a gain of about 7 on the play. Clock stops with 13 seconds. TCU with 2 timeouts.
Yeah, one of the things I've been most impressed with TCU is the efficiency of their offense. Very clear in their decision-making and where Hoover goes with the ball, and they just are overall, their blocking schemes their fakes, their run game is extremely efficient.
7th play of the drive here for TCU. Clock a factor with 13. Hoover claps his hands. Another quick throw over the middle to Dwyer. Takes a big hit by Peyton Waters, but he secures the ball at the 16-yard line. Clock down to 9 seconds.
Has called their second charge timeout.
TCU takes its second timeout, so the Horned Frogs have moved with relative ease off their own 20 to the Tar Heel 16.
Please reset the game clock to 10 seconds.
You may have heard the voice of the referee, Kevin Marr, so they'll add a tick to the clock, which is now at 10. 17-7 TCU. Horned Frogs now with 247 yards of offense. Hoover is 20 of 24. 193 yards through the air with a touchdown and a pick. Jordan Dwyer, 7 catches for 92 yards. He is one of 7 different TCU players that have a catch here in the first half. Meanwhile, the Tar Heels have just 20 yards of offense after their initial drive, which went 83 yards for a score. Lopez, 2 of 6 with an interception. Caleb Hood, the leading rusher, with 33 yards.
Yeah, and this is what gives TCU the opportunity to take a shot at the end zone here. They have enough time to do that.
And a timeout as well. Hoover looks immediately to his right, throws that way, and nice defense there as the pass knocked away on the sideline by Thaddeus Dixon. Well, Dixon can play. Washington transfer. TCU has rarely challenged him tonight, and that PBU for Dixon forces TCU to try a field goal with just 6 seconds remaining in the half.
Yeah, great job by Thaddeus Dixon. Left on an island over there. Coverage, easy knockdown. Hopefully we can get a block or missed field goal right here to end the half.
This will be a 33-yard attempt off the right hash for Limmerman to try to make it 20-7 TCU. Snap back, spot down, kick away, and good as the clock runs out here in Kenan Stadium. Everybody kind of looking. There was 1 second on the clock when the officials' arms went up. But they are going to go ahead and send the two teams to their respective locker rooms. So, after Carolina jumped on top 7-0, it's all TCU in the first half after that, as the Horned Frogs cap a 9-play, 63-yard drive with a field goal at the horn, and they'll take the 20-7 advantage into the locker room. Dave will have the Wells Fargo halftime report after this. TCU 20, Carolina 7 from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David.
That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates.
Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance.
Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top.
Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
They're not just the Tar Heels, they're your Tar Heels. Customize your eligible Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Tar Heel pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Tar Heels. Wells Fargo is proud to be an official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Copyright 2025. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Craving the perfect BLT? Head to Merritt's Grill, home of the legendary bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich that's been fueling Tar Heel fans for years. And now, we're bringing that same mouth-watering flavor inside Kenan Stadium. Visit the new Merritt's in the Pines location at Gate 2 at Kenan Stadium and bite into the sandwich that defines Carolina flavor. Merritt's Grill can outfit your tailgate with catering trays to feed any size crowd. Merritt's Grill, the premium sandwich of the Carolina Tar Heels.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Wells Fargo halftime show. Our score at the break, TCU 20 and Carolina 7. The Tar Heels raced out to a 7-0 lead after their first drive, but 20 consecutive points by TCU, including a field goal with no time left in the second quarter, has the Horned Frogs leading by 13 here at intermission. We've got your halftime highlights as well as first half stats, but first a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. All the eyes and ears of the country on our game here tonight. The Heels and Horned Frogs running unopposed on Monday Night Football. Of course, this past weekend there was plenty of action going on, and a lot of it involving some key ACC teams in some major games. Let's flash back to last night. Number 10 Miami beats number 6 Notre Dame in South Florida 27-24. The Canes get a game-winning field goal late in the fourth quarter to knock off the Irish 27-24. South Carolina knocks off Virginia Tech on Sunday 24-11, your final score in that matchup. Final game of the day on Saturday for an ACC team. Number 4 Clemson loses at home to number 9 LSU. The Bayou Bengals beat the Tigers 17-10. Among the big upsets of the weekend, Florida State over number 8 Alabama 31-17. The Noles beat the Tide by 14, rushed the field afterwards, and have become the first ACC school to be fined $50,000 for violating a newly enacted security policy. Although I think if you ask the folks in Tallahassee, was it worth it, they'd say yes unanimously. Syracuse falls in Atlanta to number 24 Tennessee on Saturday 45-26. It's the Big Orange over the Orange in that matchup. Georgia Tech by a touchdown defeating Colorado on Friday 27-20 in the matchup between the Jackets and Buffaloes. Some other intriguing games coming up this upcoming weekend. Virginia, NC State kickoff at noon from Raleigh. Vanderbilt, Virginia Tech at 7:30. Also at 7:30, Michigan State and Boston College in an ACC Big Ten battle. Our battle tonight pits the Heels against the Texas Christian Horned Frogs. And again, after the Tar Heels jumped out to a 7-0 lead early on in the first quarter, the Horned Frogs advanced with 20 consecutive points. And it's TCU leading Carolina at the half, 20-7. We'll take a break and come back with our first half highlights. That's when we return after this. You're listening to the Wells Fargo Halftime Show from Learfield.
If you're a Tar Heel fan, you know what a winning lineup looks like. Tough, dependable, and versatile. So if you're looking for a new car, check out Honda's impressive award-winning roster to find your MVP. Civic, Accord, CR-V, HR-V, Passport, Odyssey, Ridgeline, and Pilot. Rugged capability, intelligent all-wheel drive systems, and traction modes. Find your Honda at your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Window World, America's largest exterior remodeler and a proud partner of UNC, provides exceptional quality windows, siding, doors, and more. They're headquartered right here in North Carolina and have enhanced over 100,000 homes across 30 counties for over 25 years. Improving your largest investment with energy efficiency products and creating amazing curb appeal is what they do best. From Raleigh-Durham to Rocky Mount, down to Fayetteville and beyond. Call, click, or visit Window World, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, today.
At Reed's Jewelers, we know that the rules of engagement were made to be broken. So don't settle for the first ring you see in the case. When you put a ring on it, make the moment your own with something that's just as unique as your love. Whether you're going big, keeping it subtle, or finding a happy medium, we're here to help you say I do with a one-of-a-kind design. Because doing things your way is what makes them mean everything. Reed's Jewelers, an official partner of Tar Heel Sports. Visit your local Reed's Jewelers in-store or online at reeds.com to chat with an expert.
Hey, Tar Heel fans, Howard Hanna Allen Tate is a proud partner of Carolina Athletics and the #1 real estate company in the Carolinas. Call Howard Hanna Allen Tate Real Estate today. Our score here at the break, TCU 20, Carolina 7. Unbelievable atmosphere outside Kenan Stadium before tonight's game got started, and once we kicked off, that atmosphere landed in the stadium. Unfortunately for the Tar Heels, halfway through, it's TCU leading by 13, 20-7. Let's get you our first half highlights. And the Tar Heels had a dream drive to set up their only score of the game. Getting the ball first, the Tar Heels move off their own 17. Gio Lopez with a 39-yard pass and catch to Jordan Shipp that helps the Tar Heels down the field. And as the Tar Heels get inside the 10 and arrive at the 8, keep things on the ground to go for 6.
Second and goal for Carolina. First possession of the ball game. Lopez in the pistol with Hood behind him. He will hand to him. Hood right side. Slithers through and powers home. Touchdown, Carolina. What a start for Belichick in the heel.
So that caps a 7-play, 83-yard drive. Took almost 4 minutes off the clock. And again, with 10:55 to play in the opening quarter, Carolina had a 7-0 lead on TCU. The Horned Frogs, though, would answer after punting on their first drive. They get a touchdown with 4:08 to play in the first. It's a 27-yard touchdown reception. The final play of a 6-play, 58-yard drive. 2:31 off the clock. And we go to the second quarter, tied at 7. The Horned Frogs back on the scoreboard early on in the second quarter. How about a 14-play drive? Chewed up 6:24, ended with a 33-yard field goal, and TCU's got its first advantage, 10-7, with 11:13 to play in the half. The Tar Heels, though, would get a little bit of momentum late in the half after TCU was on the move again into Carolina's red zone. The Tar Heels defense makes its biggest play of the game.
10-7 TCU. 3rd and 4 from the 17-yard line. Ball on the far hash as the Horned Frogs go right to left. Hoover sets up the screen. It's intercepted. Caleb Cost catches the tip football, and the Heels have possession.
So Caleb Cost with the interception, and the Tar Heels keep the Horned Frogs off the scoreboard, but only for a moment. On the ensuing drive, Lopez picked off. The interception returned 25 yards for a score, and TCU's lead balloons to 17-7 with under 4 minutes to play in the first half. The Heels' final offensive drive ends in a punt. TCU's final drive ends with a field goal. 9 plays, 64 yards, 53 seconds off the clock, and 27 our score at the break. TCU leads Carolina by 13 here at halftime. It's the Wells Fargo Halftime Show, which continues with a moment. A look at your first half stats. Again, TCU 20, Carolina 7 from Learfield.
Hi, this is Cricket Lane, Senior Associate Athletics Director. As the Bank of Doing, Wells Fargo is proud to be the official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Wells Fargo is supporting our student athletes on and off the field. With interactive financial health curriculum and empowerment resources, Wells Fargo has a game plan for the full student athlete experience. Learn more about what Wells Fargo is doing to put people and communities first by visiting wellsfargo.com/impact.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the national sales event?
then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus lease cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus lease cash on the lease of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Progressive understands that bond between you and your boat. But imagine if something happened to it. Without the boat, you're just Tina with too much boat knowledge. Sure, it's helpful on the water, but with no boat, you're someone who talks way too much about knots, and no one cares what a jib is anyway. Boat Tina could get away with it because she has a boat. So make sure your boat is insured. Get Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer, and then go back to being you, Tina, who owns a boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Wells Fargo halftime show. TCU 20, Carolina 7. We just ran through your first half highlights. That's, again, brought to you by your Toyota dealers, or explore SEToyota.com. Today is where you can find them on the web. No matter your destination, Toyota goes with you. Toyota, let's go places. Let's go to our first half stats update presented by Verizon. Verizon now locks in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on myplan.com. So, with what's been going on in the game's first 30 minutes, TCU has accrued a lead of 20-7 and has outgained Carolina 193-58 through the air. On the ground, the Heels have rushed for just 45 yards. The Horned Frogs, not much better, 54 yards in total. TCU has racked up 247 yards of total offense against the Heels, 103. Carolina, again, intercepted Hoover, but then was intercepted for a pick six by Bud Clark, which allowed TCU to take a two-score lead late in the second quarter. Again, our score reads 20-7. TCU up by 13 points. Third down has been a big reason why TCU's been able to hold the football for so long. 4 of 7 on third down tries for TCU. Carolina 0 of 5 on third down. The Horned Frogs have had the ball for 16 minutes and 16 seconds. The Tar Heels 13 minutes and 44 seconds. The Horned Frogs 2 of 3 inside the red zone. The Tar Heels 1 of 1 on that opening scoring drive. Individually, Gio Lopez through the air just 2 of 6 for 58 yards. He's thrown 1 interception. He's been sacked 1 time. Both of his completions went to Jordan Shipp, who's got a couple of receptions for 58 yards on the ground. Caleb Hood, 8 carries, 33 yards, and Carolina's only touchdown. Benjamin Hall has carried 5 times for 23 yards. Davion Goss has a carry for no yards. Lopez, 4 carries for minus 11 yards when you bring in the sack. For TCU, Josh Hoover came into this game as a very good quarterback. Let's just call it what it is. Almost 4,000 yards passing last year for the Horned Frogs. 20 of 25 through the air tonight for 193 yards. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Jordan Dwyer has been his best target. 7 catches, 92 yards, and a score for Dwyer. DJ Rogers, second on the team with 4 receptions for 39 yards. Barnes, he's been all over the place. 3 catches, 21 yards. And Manjak's got 2 catches for 24 yards. On the ground, Barnes has carried 9 times for 36 yards. Jeremy Payne has 6 rushes for 15 yards. Hoover's also carried 1 time for 3 yards. It all adds up to a 20-7 lead for TCU over Carolina here at the break. And again, our stats, as always, presented by Verizon. The Wells Fargo Halftime Show, of course, is brought to you by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. We'll take our final halftime break, send things back to Jones, Joe, and Lee for the game's third quarter. Our score at the break, TCU 20, Carolina 7 from Learfield.
When you give to UNC, you are helping Carolina win championships, award scholarships, drive innovation, find cures, improve lives, serve our state, and change the world. To learn more about your impact and the power of giving to Carolina, visit giving.unc.edu. That's giving.unc.edu. Thank you to our generous donors, and go Heels! If you're a Tar Heel fan, you know what a winning lineup looks like. Tough, dependable, and versatile. So if you're looking for a new car, check out Honda's impressive award-winning roster to find your MVP. Civic, Accord, CR-V, HR-V, Passport, Odyssey, Ridgeline, and Pilot. Rugged capability, intelligent all-wheel drive systems, and traction modes. Find your Honda at your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Lee's 24-hour Towing is family-owned and operated since 1995. We provide fast and reliable towing, recover service, and roadside assistance for Durham and Orange counties in North Carolina. No matter the day or time, our dispatchers can schedule service, and our towing operators are happy to assist your needs. Our promise is to offer fair and affordable pricing for all of our towing and recovery services. Our well-trained and certified operators will provide you with the highest level of customer service experience. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Penn Station is all in for Tar Heel Tuesdays. Celebrate football season in the Tar Heel State with Penn Station. Buy one sub, get a small sub free. That's every Tuesday, all season long at participating locations. Join Penn Station Rewards or our email club for details. Terms do apply. Love your sub at Penn Station. Craveable subs and Tar Heel spirit. It's all here at Penn Station.
Carolina went 7 plays and 83 yards for a touchdown on its initial drive of the ball game. Offensively, from that point forward, 17 plays and just 20 yards. Meanwhile, TCU able to score 20 points in that time frame, putting up points on 4 of its last 5 drives, 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. We're going to the second half. I'm Jones. He's Joe Yock. You've heard from Dave Nathan. You've heard from Lee Pace. Matt Krause is our spotter and statistician. Ben Alexander, chief network engineer. John Essick back in our Tar Heel Sports Network studio. And, Joe, we got a trusted choice of the game. Brought to you by Trusted Choice, independent insurance agents of North Carolina, who want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Put down your phone while you're driving so we can have a hands-free in seat. To learn more and find an agent near you, trustedchoice.com/go Heels. What in your mind will be important, Joe, second half for Carolina?
Yeah, the stat that you read about third down conversions, Jones, is alarming. And I think in order for Carolina to get back on track offensively, a couple things got to happen. One, they have to win on first down so they can give themselves an opportunity to put themselves into some third and manageable. And then you've got to start converting on third down. It's a scary situation on third down conversions right now.
Yeah, so Carolina, that stat Joe referencing, Carolina did not convert a third down in the bowl game and did not convert a third down in the first half. So that means last game and a half, Heels are 0 of 14 on third down. You can stretch that out if you say the last 3 games last year plus the first half of this game, Carolina 6 of its last 41.
Can't win football games like that.
Yeesh, on third down. Let's check in quickly with Lee. Lee, what's going on?
Everybody is sitting on their haunches here, Jones, after that electricity of pregame in that first drive. Carolina needs to get some momentum, needs to get a stop here, and get some juice back into this crowd and into the sideline.
Jeremy Payne and Ed Small, a freshman receiver, back to receive this kickoff from the Marshall transfer Reese Verhoff for Carolina. Stations, we're going to give you a 10-second ID break after the kickoff as Verhoff jogs up and boots it away. And it's going to be a touchback as it bounces about 8 or 9 yards into the end zone. So as TCU gets ready for the first possession of the second half, let's break 10 seconds station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Everybody loves to talk about halftime adjustments. Let's see what the Tar Heels did to adjust and try to get a little bit of momentum back on their side. Marcus Allen and Thaddeus Dixon are the two corners. I bring that up because Allen struggled against Jordan Dwyer in the first half. Dwyer 7 catches, 92 yards, but it's a run play and a big one as Barnes into the secondary, down the near sideline. He's going to take it all the way to the house. First play, second half, 75 yards for the score.
Wow, just opened up a gap on the right side of that line, got down the sidelines, got a great block downfield, and goes the distance.
75 yards. It is the longest run of Barnes's career. It makes the score 26-7, and TCU needs just 12 seconds to score its 26th unanswered point and potentially 27th pending the PAT, which is up and good. So before the crowd can even get settled in its seats in the second half, TCU goes 75 yards for the touchdown. And now all of a sudden, that deficit starting to grow at 27-7 with 14:48 to go in the third quarter. Obviously, the Tar Heels going to need something good to happen and happen soon. Now down by 20 points. And keep in mind, it's a good TCU team. Won 6 of its last 7 a year ago. Won its last 4 games. Blew out Louisiana in the bowl game last year. And certainly, Sonny Dykes, an accomplished coach. TCU had heard a lot about all the excitement around Bill Belichick and the Tar Heels. And TCU had some experience in a similar situation. Lost to Deion Sanders in Colorado in his initial game with the Buffaloes 2 years ago. Sonny Dykes said he and his staff looked at that, how they prepared for that particular game, would try to use that experience to benefit them this year. And to this point, they have controlled the football game, now up by 20. Culliver is going to return the kick off about the 6-yard line, angling to the near side. Crosses over the 25 and then is slung down. Actually, more stood up. He was about to get slung down, but then several Horned Frogs kind of sandwiched around him. And it will be 1st and 10 for Carolina at the 29-yard line. TCU now up to 322 yards of offense. Carolina has 103. That is the first touchdown run of more than 75 yards, 75 or more, against the Tar Heels since Kyron Williams. Notre Dame had a 91-yard touchdown back in the 2021 season.
That's why you got to play every play on defense. You let up for just a little bit, and teams do that to you. You got to be focused every single snap.
Lopez play action. Looking for a deep ball. Could not pull the trigger. Steps out of trouble as now he'll scramble over the 30-yard line and pick up a couple. Joe, somebody was down the field.
Yeah, Chris Culliver run a post. That's where he wanted to go, and I don't know why he didn't throw it. All he had to do is lead him out there. Culliver was open. Gio, all you do is step in and make the throw, and he just didn't pull the trigger early.
Nnamdi Obiizor bumped out Lopez out of bounds after the scramble gain of 3 when it was all said and done. Tar Heels on the wrong side of a 20-point deficit. TCU hits a 75-yard touchdown on the first play of the second half. Lopez pulls it away from Benjamin Hall, runs it himself, and gets to the 35-yard line. It'll be third down for the Heels, 3rd and 4 upcoming. Let's check in again with Lee Pace.
We knew Thad Dixon would be one of the alpha dogs on this Tar Heel defense, and he just showed his leadership and his aggravation. He just toured the entire defensive side of the ball, stopped at every position group, every player, slapped a helmet, slapped his shoulder pads, told everybody to get their head in the game, focus, and still go one play at a time. He's trying to get this defense motivated here going into the next drive.
Tar Heels hoping to stall that effort, though, keep the football. Time for their first third down conversion of the game. Benjamin Hall comes in motion, now sets up shop to the right of Lopez. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Heel's going to run it on third down, and Hall just has nowhere to go. Paul Oyewale with the stop, and the Tar Heel crowd starting to grumble. And a disastrous start to the second half. TCU, a 75-yard touchdown, and the Heels with yet another 3 and out. Their 4th in 7 total possessions.
Yeah, I think that's a tough one to be able to try to run on 3rd and 5. They thought they were going to get a pass rush look, but they really didn't. And the TCU defensive line just manhandled the line up front.
McGinnis cleanly gets the punt away. Dwyer backing up will make the fair catch at the 15-yard line as TCU looking to extend its lead when we return. Good kick by McGinnis, a 51-yarder to put the Horned Frogs inside the 20. 12:29 to go. Third quarter. All TCU right now. 27-7 the score from Learfield.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo crisps. Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
You can create a...
Understand the bond you have with your boat. It's why people name theirs.
I named my boat Sure Don't. Get it? The other day when my friend said, "Hey Larry, you want to head back in? It looks like it might rain." I said, "Sure don't." I guess they didn't get it because they didn't laugh.
Whatever you call your boat, protected by insuring it with Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
Well, it has been a frustrating night in Kenan Stadium. Tar Heels down 27-7. 12:29 to go in the third quarter. And a hot start for the Heels. 7 plays, 83 yards, and a touchdown on their first drive. Forced TCU to punt on its first drive. But since then, all Horned Frogs, the visitors have scored on 5 of the last 6 possessions, including a 1-play, 75-yard touchdown on the first play of the second half last time the Horned Frogs had the football. So they're up 20 after the Heels go 3 and out, give them the ball back. Carolina defense needs something good to happen here. Try to give Carolina a little momentum here early in the second half. Our game presented by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, and Modelo, proud to sponsor Carolina football, an official beer of the Tar Heels. Jones Angel, Joe Yock here with you. Carolina on the road next week. It'll be a quick turnaround as they make the drive to Charlotte for the first road game of the season, but still work here to do at home. Hoover out of the shotgun will turn and keep it on the ground, and another big run. Carolina just able to trip up Jeremy Payne. Will Hardy came in. That was almost another house call if Hardy hadn't come up and made the stop from his safety position. TCU gets the first down on the run, gain of 13 on the play.
Yeah, Carolina's got to get more punch off the ball on the defensive line. Knock those guys back and control your gaps. They're just losing every bit of gap control right now in that front seven.
Hoover with the running back to either side of him will now send Payne in motion and dump it off to the running back in the backfield. And good play for the Heels. Andrew Simpson able to get back there and make the hit. So first time in a while the Heels have sent TCU backwards. Loss of a couple. It'll be second and long. Let's check in with Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee.
Bill Belichick spent that entire time out after that punt just a minute ago in the thick of the quarterbacks huddle with quarterbacks coach Matt Lombardi, Gio Lopez, Max Johnson, a couple other quarterbacks. He was involved in pointing at the tablet as they went over the last play. And as we said, he is hands-on in every facet of the game, from quarterbacks, O-line, special teams, defense, the whole gamut.
Empty backfield for Hoover on 2nd and 11 after the loss of 1. 1 second on the play clock as Hoover claps his hands. Long throw in the flat far side, and making his way through a couple of Tar Heels is Payne out to the 45. Andrew Simpson eventually chases him down. Carolina had several opportunities to take down Payne. Couldn't do it until he gains 18 yards.
Yeah, you saw Carolina early in the game with good punch and tackling. Not right now.
Another quick hitter, and dropping to a knee to make the catch is Eric McAllister. Over the 50 to the Tar Heel 49, gain of 6. Hoover is now 23 of 28 passing with a touchdown and an interception. Up to 216 yards. TCU as a team at 358. Another throw from Hoover, caught by Dwyer, pivots by a Tar Heel defender as Allen missed the tackle, eventually got back in the mix and made it, but not before Dwyer, who picks up his 8th catch of the day, moves the ball to the 38-yard line.
Yeah, really impressed with Hoover's arm. He's a quick decision maker. He gets the ball out of his hand fast, and he's got a really strong zip on the ball.
Hoover, play action. His pass tips off the hands of Manjack, intended receiver, at around the 30. Ball hung up in the air for a moment, but no Tar Heel in the area to make the play. So Dwyer now 8 catches, 103 yards, and a touchdown. Kavorian Barnes has 111 yards rushing. Of course, the 75-yard touchdown aiding in that effort. So TCU with a 100-yard rusher and receiver in the ballgame. Hoover will keep it on the ground, stretching to the near side and cutting up as a flag comes in. Multiple flags come in. Cutting up is Payne and getting inside the 20, but let's see on the flag.
Yeah, going to be a hold.
Holding. Offense number 14. 10-yard penalty. Repeat, second down.
That is just the 4th penalty on TCU and 6th penalty in the game, as the Horned Frogs will move back to their own, to the Carolina 48. TCU 27, Carolina 7. 9:30 and counting in the third quarter. TCU a 75-yard touchdown run on the first play of the second half to open this controlling 3-score lead. 2nd and 20 after the holding call. Carolina rushes just 4. TCU stands them up, and Hoover just throws it away. Chase Curtis, his tight end, was in the area down the near sideline. It'll bring up 3rd and 20.
And that's good, solid defense right there by Carolina. You get your rush up the middle, which caused Hoover to get flushed out a little bit, and then you've got that spy scraping over the top. Knowing that Hoover's going to get tackled, he just had to throw it away and try to live to the next play. But now you got him in 3rd and 20 right here.
TCU 4 of 7 on 3rd down in the first half, has not faced one in the second half.
And don't be surprised if they try to pick up 10-15 and get it to around the 35 and go for it on 4th down.
Tar Heels will rush 4. Hoover over the middle, wide open, and a first down. Caught right in between the hash marks. Well, I said first down. It may be marked just shy, but it's very close. Chase Curtis, the tight end, made the catch. He was popped and is still down. As far as whether it is a first down or not, we're going to have to wait and see where it's marked. It's going to be very close. We will take a full timeout. It's either going to be 4th and very short or another first down for TCU. Horned Frogs just bleeding the Tar Heels dry. 27-7 TCU. 8:56 to go in the third quarter from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David.
That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates.
Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance.
Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top.
Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Carolina Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to Tar Heel Football.
Chase Curtis, the TCU tight end, was able to get up and walk off the field under his own power. That was good to see. Curtis, who's missed a fair amount of the last 2 seasons for the Horned Frogs with injuries, was down for a while, but he did get up. So that's good news. The bad news in the football sense for Carolina is it is a first down. So on 3rd and 20, the Tar Heels give up a 20-yard completion. And TCU will keep the drive going with 8:56 to go in the third quarter. And the Horned Frogs a score away here from really blowing this thing open. Right now it's 27-7, TCU on top. Howard Hanna Allen Tate is a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, #1 real estate company in the Carolinas. Call Howard Hanna Allen Tate Real Estate today. And Kohl's has the back-to-school styles that'll spoil them at prices that'll spoil you, from jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, KOHLS.com. Just 108 yards of offense for Carolina. TCU, meanwhile, 389 yards, 5 of 8 on third down with that last completion. Tar Heels have not completed a third down. They have not completed a pass since the first drive of the game. Ooh. And we're at 8:43 and counting in the third quarter. So,
let's make a play. Come on, D.
Hoover claps his hands. Rush left side, and that's going to go for another touchdown for TCU. Trent Battle untouched from 28 yards away.
Wow. Just stuck on blocks. Big holes opening up. It's just looking too easy.
Yeah, TCU's had a 75 and a 28-yard touchdown run this quarter, and the Tar Heels have not touched the runners in either instance. This time, Battle, the senior from Daphne, Alabama, gets his third career touchdown. That was his first carry of the day. Extra point is up and good as well. It is now 34-7. TCU, 9 plays, 85 yards, 3:59 off the clock. Battle gives TCU now 170 yards rushing, 247 yards passing. So that's 417 total. And, Joe, it just feels like right now Carolina's struggling to stop either at the moment.
Yeah, and you can just see coming out in the second half. You can just come out and see in the second half there's no pop or punch on the defense. I was really excited early in the game to see how aggressive Carolina's defense was tackling, and like they were extremely aggressive and multiple players getting to the football and getting guys on the ground. Starting the second half, it seems like they've lost a little bit of their, not a little bit, a lot of their pop and punch and coming off the ball.
Well, this stadium, which was so energized, now starting to see some fans file out with TCU up big, 34-7. Be a squib kick. Carolina able to field it at the 30 and drop down there. That's where the Tar Heels will take over. TCU has scored on 6 of its last 7 drives. The one it didn't, it got into the red zone as well. Or excuse me, the Horned Frogs have scored on, 6 of their last 7 drives. And the one they didn't, they threw the red zone interception. So they've been able to move the football even on the one drive they didn't score. Tar Heels will start at the 31. And with 8:29 to go third quarter and down big, gotta see if you can find something to build off of here if you're Carolina. Shotgun snap to Lopez. Pressure coming up the middle, rolls out to the near side. He's going to uncork one deep and dropped.
Right in.
Culliver had it in his hands at the TCU 30 and just dropped it. And that makes Lopez 2 of 7 now, or 58 yards, and again has not completed a pass since the first drive of the game. That one was on Culliver for sure. I think the junior from Maiden, North Carolina would tell you that that's a catch he has to make.
And that was a great job by Gio. He scrambled outside the pocket, extended the play. Culliver came flat across, threw the deep ball right on the money, just didn't make the play.
2 receivers to either side of the formation. Lopez with pressure in his face completes the pass to Caleb Hood, who takes a pop by Bud Clark at the 46-yard line. Nice catch by Hood, who's slow to get up, and now the officials will blow the whistle and have Hood go to the sideline. So that is the first completion in more than 2 hours of real time for Gio Lopez. And the Heels pick up a first down, which have been few and far between here as of late. That is the 5th first down for Carolina. TCU has 22. Carolina going right to left. Lopez on the move. Will throw it short of his intended receiver on the far sideline. That was Paysour as Lopez rolled out to the right. So Carolina going right to left here. In the third quarter, they've seen TCU score 34 straight points after the Heels scored on the initial drive of the game. They'll be snapping it off their own 46 on the near hash.
I like some of the stuff they're trying to do right now. Gio's been able to extend plays. They move the pocket right there. Got a nice shot to Caleb Hood down the middle. So just opening it up a little bit more, obviously, when you're this far behind.
Davion Goss, the running back, to the left of Lopez. He'll dump it off to Goss out of the backfield. TCU rallies to the football. Jamel Johnson, the first man there. It's going to be a loss. Pretty significant one. Back to the 42-yard line, so it's a completed pass, but a loss of 4. That will bring up 3rd and 14.
Yeah, there's no question here. I think even if you don't get the first down, if you can get positive yardage over the 50 right here, you're going to have to really consider going for it on 4th down, obviously. They're going to bring pressure.
Lopez in the shotgun, Joe, with Goss to his left. Goss picks up the blitz as Lopez rolling out. He's hit, loses the football, scooped up by TCU, and the Horned Frogs are going to take it in for a touchdown. Devin Deal picks up the second defensive touchdown of the day for TCU. And the Tar Heels just getting an avalanche of purple tonight in Kenan Stadium.
Yeah, they brought the full blitz, and Gio was able to step out of it. But once again, he got hit from behind. Got to be able to protect the football. Had it a little bit loose. Pops out, touchdown. Like you said, this snowball's rolling down the hill out of control right now.
So Deal with the fumble return for a score. Makes it 40-7. 31 yards on the fumble return. Holy cow.
Gio's a little bit shook up too. He limped pretty steadily off the field.
Extra point is good. It's now 41-7 with 6:56 to go first half third quarter. I'm going to get there eventually. Third quarter, 6:56 to go, all TCU. 41-7 the score from Learfield.
This is Joe Yock, proud Tar Heel football alum. I know what it takes to stay on your feet, on the field and off. That's why I trust the Good Feet Store, proud partners of Carolina Athletics. They provide personalized arch supports that have helped thousands move better, feel better, and live pain-free. Get back to moving the way you're meant to. Visit the Good Feet Store right here in Chapel Hill or one of their 6 locations across the state. Support your heels and feel the difference.
It's never lost on Window World that your home is your largest physical investment. Window World's integrity will be noticed from your very first moment of contact. The clean, professional installation of premium windows, siding, doors, and more are designed to last while leaving your home looking amazing. Window World and their lifetime warranty will always be there when it really matters. They're America's most trusted remodeler and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics because the difference is integrity and always in the details.
Craving the perfect BLT? Head to Merritt's Grill, home of the legendary bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich that's been fueling Tar Heel fans for years. And now, we're bringing that same mouth-watering flavor inside Kenan Stadium. Visit the new Merritt's in the Pines location at Gate 2 at Kenan Stadium and bite into the sandwich that defines Carolina flavor. Merritt's Grill can outfit your tailgate with catering trays to feed any size crowd. Merritt's Grill, the premium sandwich of the Carolina Tar Heels.
Certainly not what the Tar Heels envisioned this evening, as TCU has dominated this game, leading 41-7 with 6:56 to go in the third quarter. Devin Deal just returned a fumble, 31 yards for a touchdown. First time that has happened against Carolina since Nigel Manns of Western Carolina recovered a Jace Reuter fumble and returned it 42 yards for a score in the 2020 season. So hadn't happened in a while, and unfortunately it is just one of many problems that the Heels have faced tonight. That's the second defensive score of the game for TCU. They have an interception return for a touchdown, a fumble return for a touchdown. Carolina has just 115 yards of offense at this point. It has been a pretty thorough beating to this point by TCU, and Max Johnson has been warming up pretty furiously on the Tar Heel sideline. Lopez took a pretty good shot on that play where he fumbled, and don't know if Max Johnson's going to come in, but he is moving around as though he may. Lopez does not have his helmet on the sideline. Max Johnson, on the other hand, does. Kenan Stadium, as you can imagine, emptying out here, even though we still got a long way to go. due to the disappointment of the evening. Carolina's going to bring it out of the end zone, and moving his way forward for the Tar Heels is Jalen McGill. That's a freshman running back who squeezed the kickoff and advanced it to the 20. And Max Johnson is going to come in for Carolina at the quarterback spot. And while this night has certainly been a disappointment, it is great to see Johnson back on the field. You remember he started the game against Minnesota last year in the season opener, was 12 of 19 for 71 yards in that game, had a rushing touchdown, but suffered a gruesome injury in the third quarter as he swings a pass in the flat near side to Javarius Green. Green able to get a couple. Bud Clark with the stop. But Max Johnson, of course, suffered that gruesome injury. And, I mean, the fact that he's playing football again, there was legitimate concern if he would be able to walk, legitimate concern if he would have to amputate his leg. That's how serious the injury was for Max Johnson. So for him to have worked his way back and to be on the field is a great story. Unfortunately, it comes in a game in which not much has gone well for the Tar Heels, as Johnson will dump it down, but incomplete. As well, now the two teams are scrambling for the ball. The officials just now blow the whistle.
Could have been a lateral. I think it may have been a lateral, and they called a fumble. It was close.
The officials are talking. The intended receiver was Ben Hall.
Yeah, it's really close if this is a lateral.
Officials are coming together.
Rolling on the field is a backward pass recovered by TCU. First down.
Well, you heard the ruling by Kevin Marr. Kylan Jackson recovered the loose football as Max Johnson, boy, I think that's a forward pass, as my guess is the officials are going to take a look at this one.
It's close.
The previous play is under further review. The ruling on the field was a backward pass recovered by TCU.
I think it was the forward. I saw the replay.
It was forward by a yard pretty clearly.
Yeah.
Max Johnson.
Yeah, you can see that angle right there. Looks like it's forward, yeah.
So it'll be the first time that they've gone under the hood. Take your Tar Heel tailgate to the next level with a new Honda. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today. All the replays are going to be brought to you by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. So if it's upheld, which is the new language this year, then that will be the third turnover of the game for Carolina. I really would be surprised if it was. The replay official tonight is D. Anderson. Ben Hall, again, the intended receiver, the Michigan transfer, saw the ball slip through his hands and fall to the ground. He did not make an effort for it, as he thought it was just an incomplete pass. Kylan Jackson, LSU transfer for TCU, jumped on it. Now, all of this is purely statistical at this point, the outcome of the game, even though there's a long way to go. Not much in doubt. 6:04 to go in the third quarter, and it is all TCU. 41-7. TCU just bludgeoning Carolina here in Keenan, as we will get the official ruling now.
After further review, it was an incomplete forward pass. It'll be third down.
So it is just third down instead of the fumble. And Carolina will try to convert on third down for the first time tonight. The Heels 0 of 7 on third down and 0 of 16 in the last two games.
Somebody's got to break it. Let's break it right here. Sooner or later, the odds are got to go in your favor. There's only so many you can have. Let's get a first down right here. Get the chains moving. Something positive.
Two receivers out to the right, Alex Taylor and Jordan Shipp. Run receiver to the near side is Vari Green. Connor Cox goes in motion from the left side of the line to the right. Max Johnson hit as he throws, delivers a strike to Jordan Shipp for the first down.
What a throw.
That is the first third down conversion of the night. Johnson, with pressure in his face, delivers the Shipp between the hashes for a gain of 16.
I mean, you want to talk about standing in his
big time throw.
standing tall, standing in the pocket. That guy was right in his face as he's getting ready to release the ball and delivered an absolute dime 15 yards down the field.
That was a nice throw by Max Johnson. Of course, Johnson started his career at LSU, then Texas A&M, now Chapel Hill. Dad, Brad Johnson, a Super Bowl winning quarterback. His uncle's Mark Richt, former Georgia and Miami head coach. And Johnson going to look deep. Lets it go down the near sideline. Caught inside the 25 by Javarius Green, the redshirt freshman from Shelby.
Another really nice throw. What I like about Max Johnson right there is he throws on time. He got the ball out. He stood in the pocket, saw the receiver come open, and he just let it go. Really nice throw and a nice play by Javarius Green down the field.
39-yard catch from Johnson to Green. So back-to-back impressive throws by Johnson. And Carolina has its deepest penetration into TCU territory since the first drive of the game. Have it at the 23-yard line of the Horned Frogs. It is all TCU on the scoreboard, though. 41-7 as Johnson's in the pistol. He has Davion Goss behind him, and not sure the Heels got the snap off in time. Play clock went to 0 right before the Heels snapped it.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Lee, can't have that.
Tar Heels will sub, take out. They had a 6th offensive lineman in the game. Miles McVay took him out, put in another tight end as Connor Cox rejoined the action. Max Johnson. Nice effort in relief here with a lopsided score. Gets the snap, looks to the right, jumps up and dumps it off to Goss, who's popped right when he catches it by Michael Thiessen, a young linebacker for TCU, and it's going to be a loss of a couple, or excuse me, gain of a couple. It was 1st and 15. It's now 2nd and 13. 1st and 15 because of that delay of game penalty. Clock moving, 3:44 and counting.
One of the things I've been impressed with TCU's defense, Jones, is even on the checkdowns, like they don't give a lot of space. I mean, they are making their tackles quick.
So 2nd and 13. Max Johnson will be in the pistol with Goss behind him. One receiver to either side, hands off to Goss. Stretches to the right, now cuts it up. Pyle continues to push forward to the 25-yard line. It'll be just a gain of 1. Max Carroll, reserve linebacker, with the hit. He'll bring up 3rd and 12. Got to think this is 4-down territory with the score the way it is, although certainly in field goal range. But with Carolina trailing so severely at 41-7.
Interesting to see how TCU decides to play, and they've had great pressure up the middle. That was a 4-man rush to play where Max delivered it right down the middle. It took a shot, heavy shot, only on a 4-man rush to defensive tackle, just bull rushing through the middle.
Tar Heels have to take a timeout. Max Johnson was looking to the sideline, clearly did not have the call, and had to take a timeout as the play clock had dipped under 10 and the Heels were still in the huddle. 2:45 to go. We're only in the third quarter. It is 41-7 TCU. The Horned Frogs had a 20-7 lead at halftime and have just absolutely taken over here in the third quarter. First play of the second half, 75-yard touchdown run. Then Carolina goes 3 and out. TCU goes 9 plays for another touchdown. Then the Tar Heels get the ball back. They fumble. It's picked up and taken in for a score, and has taken away any mystery from the outcome of this one. Carolina, by the way, 41-7, an ugly score. They actually trailed 41-7 at BC last year. Late in that game.
Let's see if we can get a little third down conversion, go empty set right here. Watch Max read the field.
As Joe told you, nobody in the backfield with Max Johnson. TCU brings pressure. Johnson gets it out of his hands quickly to the right side. Caught at the 15. Diving just a yard shy of that first down was Davion Goss. It will be 4th and about 1.5 yards. Channing Canada and Jamel Johnson combine for the stop. And as we suspected, with the score so one-sided, Tar Heels will indeed go for it. They gain 10 on that play and bring up 4th down. Heels went for it last year 27 times on 4th down, 13 of 27, 48%. First time either team's gone for it on 4th down tonight. Heels will hand off to Goss, and he has the first down. So Goss gets to the 12. Kylan Jackson crashing in, knocked him down, but it's a gain of 3. And the drive continues for the Tar Heels. So Max Johnson continues to do some nice things. I mean, that play just handed it off. But the previous play, Joe, another quick decision for Johnson.
Yeah, what I really liked about that quick decision is that he clearly saw that they were going to bring pressure. He knew he had to get the ball out of his hands quickly. He read the blitz and made the right throw in the right spot to pick up. And that's tough to do. That's something that the Heels didn't have in those first 3 quarters.
Hood standing to Johnson's left, Hall to his right. It will be another throw. TCU rushes forward. Johnson gets out of trouble, finds Ship at the 10. Ship cuts back at the 5. Ship is swarmed under at about the 2 or 3 yard line. Bud Clark, the eventual stop. But another nice play by the Tar Heel offense, which has gotten some life here with Max Johnson taking over at quarterback. It will be first, well, I think they're going to say, yeah, it is 1st and goal. For a moment, they had not changed the down marker and had it at 2nd and short because the 2 was the yard line the Heels needed. Instead, it will be 1st and goal at the 2. 41-7, though, TCU with the big lead. Tar Heels trying to get back in the end zone. Max Johnson gets the shotgun snap, looks to his left, throws, and how about a brotherly touchdown as Max Johnson finds his brother Jake Johnson for 6. Well,
that's a different look.
It will be an interesting week at the quarterback position in practice for sure.
Oh, I really, on that drive, and I understand TCU is not, they're playing a little bit softer, but yet at the same time, they were still blitzing, still putting pressure up the middle. Max Johnson's decision-making on that drive was flawless.
So 41-13. Extra point is up and booted through by Verhoff to make it 41-14. So Johnson on the drive goes 7 of 8, 81 yards and a touchdown. And what a cool moment. I mean, just look, we understand the score is what no one wants, but what a moment for the Johnson family for Max to work his way back, to get onto the field, and then to throw that touchdown to his brother to make it, again, not the score you wanted, 41-14, but a pretty cool moment for the Johnsons there as Max delivers a really impressive drive.
I mean, you honestly can't get any cooler than that right there. I mean, what a story. What a story of adversity and overcoming adversity, and then to take the Heels down the field, take that shot. What do you think that was like for Max Johnson when he delivered a strike down the middle of the field and got laid out on his back, got back up, realized, hey, I can do this again, converts it down there, and then ends up throwing a touchdown pass to his brother. I mean, you can't be any happier for that family.
His last touchdown pass before that one was on November 4th, 2023 against Ole Miss. You know who he threw that one to? His brother.
Jake Johnson.
So pretty cool for the Johnsons to connect on a night that hadn't had many good storylines for the Tar Heels. They get a feel-good one there late in the third quarter. Kickoff is going to be a touchback for the Horned Frogs. It's been a long third quarter here in Chapel Hill. Of course, TCU has 3 touchdowns in this quarter. 75-yard touchdown run, a 28-yard touchdown run, and a fumble recovery for a touchdown. Checking to see if Hoover yet will still be Hoover in at quarterback. TCU has an experienced and good backup, Ken Seals, who spent multiple years as the starter at Vanderbilt, is their backup QB. But it will still be Hoover, who's gone 25 of 32, 247 yards, a touchdown, and an interception for the Horned Frogs tonight. They'll keep it on the ground. Handoff to Barnes, left side. Tar Heels make the stop. Andrew Simpson in there, as well as Melkart Abujade, the Delaware transfer. And that will likely be the final play of the quarter, as TCU, in no hurry here with the big lead, will take a 2nd and 8 into the fourth quarter, while also taking a 27-point lead at 41-14. So to the fourth quarter we go. Bill Belichick's debut in Chapel Hill not going the way anybody wearing light blue wanted tonight. Horned Frogs up big going to the fourth from Learfield.
Hey, Tar Heel fans, if your game plan this season includes buying or selling a home, you need the Carolinas home team at Howard Hanna Allen Tate Real Estate. Howard Hanna Allen Tate is a proud partner of Carolina Athletics and the #1 real estate company in the Carolinas. Howard Hanna Allen Tate promises a home ownership experience that's different from all the others, with real estate, mortgage, and insurance services. Contact a Howard Hanna Allen Tate agent today and let us show you how we're built differently.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Summer's meant to be wide open, and with BMW, nothing stands between you and the road ahead. The BMW X3 makes every journey effortless with X-Drive and expansive cargo space. The plug-in hybrid X5 moves through summer without limits, combining uncompromising power and electric adaptability. And the all-electric i4, sporty, sleek, and unmistakably BMW. Find your ultimate driving machine now at the BMW Summer Sales Event. Hurry in for exceptional offers now through September 2nd.
Tar Heel fans, when the Heels win, you win with our favorite pizza partner, Domino's.
Hey Tar Heel fans, this is Ryan from your local Domino's. Our family-owned company is giving every Tar Heel fan 50% off all menu-priced pizzas tomorrow when the Heels win today's game. That's right, 50% off all menu-priced pizzas tomorrow. Order online tomorrow using coupon code GOHEELS at checkout to get this exclusive deal. This discount is only valid if the Heels win, so cheer loud for our Heels. Details and participating locations at uncdominoes.com.
Tar Heels get to the end zone to make it 41-14, but the outcome of this one not really in doubt at the moment. TCU has controlled this ball game and has the sizable advantage going to the fourth. A reminder that SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets. You can be a part of all the action this season, whether you're buying or selling tickets. It's the official ticket marketplace of the Tar Heels. Let's go Heels. And a reminder about the Varsity Network app. You can listen to our broadcast free of charge on that Varsity Network app, available on Apple and Android with new features this season. And easier than ever to listen live. Keep up with the Tar Heels. Don't miss a moment with the Varsity Network app. Well, Joe, obviously, barring a miracle here, Tar Heels are not going to get the result they want here in the first ball game of the season. So feels like a big couple of weeks. Bill Belichick has said repeatedly he doesn't really feel like he is going to know what type of team he has until the first 3 or 4 weeks are complete. Just with so many new pieces and it being such a unique scenario this year. Said he feels like he needs some time for his team to adjust, needs them to see how they handle adversity, etc. And so we're going to learn a lot about Carolina, especially. This is a quick turnaround now. He'll play on Saturday night in Charlotte.
Yeah, and then the old saying, you're it's never as bad as you think it is. It's never as good as you think it is. And so I think Carolina might be in, one of those situations. You felt as if they came out of the game and they played hard, they played tough, and then it just sort of unraveled. And especially offensively, just not being able to win on first down and then convert any third downs whatsoever.
Hoover will throw on second down and misses his intended receiver. Threw it behind Jordan Bailey in the middle of the field. Gavin Gibson in the area. Tried to reach a hand out to make an interception. Couldn't quite do it. And they'll bring up third down. TCU's been very good on third down tonight. 5 of 8 to this point.
Yeah, it'd be good to see Carolina get a 3-and-out and get the ball back and let Max Johnson step on the field again.
Yeah, Johnson came in for an injured Gio Lopez. Directed touchdown drive, going 7 of 8, 81 yards. Threw a touchdown to his brother. Carolina going to bring some pressure. TCU picks it up, and a receiver running wide open is Dwyer. Flags come in on the play as Dwyer makes the catch and has the first down, but let's see on the flag. Dwyer ended up going out of bounds around the 40 or 45-yard line in that area. I think this may...
interference. Offense.
There we go.
Number 0. Half the distance to the goal. Third down.
That's the tight end DJ Rogers. The little pick play there in the middle of the field gets called. Yeah, he just set. Yeah. You got to look at the replay. He just kind of set up for the block and laid out a Tar Heel defender.
Yeah, Hubert Davis would have been proud of that screen
been,
right there.
A little pick and roll. That'll move the ball back to the 13.5-yard line. We'll call it the 13 for TCU. And 3rd and 22. Now, TCU converted a 3rd and 20 earlier in the ball game.
Yeah, they got to hold leverage. There's a third receiver, the tight end on the inside. You got to hold that inside leverage and carry that third guy up. That's what they had beat on last time. 3
receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Little shovel pass for TCU. And weaving through traffic and getting near the first down out to the 33-yard line was Trent Battle. Marcus Allen eventually makes the stop, and TCU may leave the offense on the field here for 4th and what's going to be about 3 at their own 32.5-yard line.
Under further review.
Yeah, I don't know if he caught this. Oh, it's down. I don't think he caught it.
Yeah, it was an underhanded shuffle pass from Hoover, but upon our review here, viewing it in the video board high above the end zone on the east side of Kenan Stadium, Joe told you, Battle pinned it against the ground when he caught it. So think this will be coming back. It's another check under the hood. Brought to you by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Take your Tar Heel tailgate to the next level with a new Honda. Through 3 quarters, TCU had 419 yards of offense, Carolina 199. Third down, Seals just 1 of 9, TCU 5 of 8. Yards per play, TCU over 8, Carolina below 5. Those stats brought to you by Verizon. Verizon now locks in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on My Plan. Still taking a look at the replay, with TCU leading big here early in the 4th quarter, 41-14.
Yeah, this one's clearly going to come back. But it's still on a little shovel pass. You can't give up 25 yards or whatever it was to give them the opportunity to go for it on 4th down. But, yeah, this one's definitely clearly going to come back.
It was an incomplete pass. It'll be 4th down.
So, as we expected, upon checking that review, TCU likely going to punt here on 4th and 22 from their own 13.
And get your punt return team in here.
Will Hardy standing at the Tar Heel 44. Ethan Crawl, senior from Australia, about a yard or 2 deep in the end zone. The snap is low. Crawl able to get there, and then he is run into. No flag comes in as Hardy makes the fair catch at the TCU 49.
They were close to getting there, and I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised they didn't call roughing the punter right there.
35-yard kick when it's all said and done, and we'll take a timeout. Tar Heels have the ball, good field position, but a big deficit, 41-14 with 13:53 to go in the fourth from Learfield.
Kohl's Labor Day sale is here. Sure, it's hard to admit summer's ending, but with $10 off $25 spent at Kohl's, you can stop living in denial and start living in cute cardigans. Yep, we're back to wearing layers. So welcome fall with savings on jeans, tees, candles, and comfy bedding. And earn Kohl's cash all weekend. Trust me, your future cozy self will thank you. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends September 1st. See store or kohls.com for details.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the National Sales Event? Then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus APR cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus APR cash on the purchase of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
Now at the new Verizon stores in Raleigh and Durham, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. Check out our huge selection of phones, home internet, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you.
Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
All the action, all season long. You're listening to Tar Heel Football.
We're brought to you in part by the Good Feet store. If you have foot, knee, hip, or back pain, Good Feet Arch Supports are engineered to support all four arches to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. Try them for yourself. You can book your free fitting today at goodfeet.com. Just 13:53 left to go in the fourth quarter. TCU in control, a 21-7 advantage in the third quarter. Opened this one up for the Horned Frogs. Heels led 7-0 after the first drive of the game, and then TCU scores 41 consecutive points. Holy cow, including 2 defensive touchdowns. There was a 75-yard touchdown run in there as well. So just about anything that could go wrong did go wrong for the Tar Heels over the second and third quarters of the game. And TCU in control. Max Johnson will be the quarterback again. Johnson replaced Gio Lopez. Lopez 4 of 10, 69 yards, no touchdowns and interception. Took a hard shot on a fumble and is officially listed as questionable to return. He headed into the locker room. Have to believe we will not see him again tonight. And Johnson had success on that first drive. We'll see how the Athens, Georgia native does in his second opportunity this evening. He's going to hand off on first down to Davion Goss. Goss fires up the gut to the 46, gain of 3. We've seen Goss, we've seen Caleb Hood and Benjamin Hall all get carries tonight. Hood 8 for 33. Hall 6 for 22. That was Goss's 4th carry of the day. He has 7 yards. Carolina just 202 yards of offense and just 52 on the ground. Heels moving left to right, ball on the near hash at the 46. 2nd and 7, another poor snap. Johnson does a nice job not just fielding that, but then firing one to the 30-yard line, and a rolling catch by Javarius Green for a gain of 16 and a first down.
I mean, another great throw, and it's like you said, these rolling snaps that are coming back are very difficult for a quarterback. He expects the ball to get to him now while his eyes are downfield trying to read the defense. It comes slow, you get it late, you got to adjust, and he still is able to zip it in there right on the speed post. So just a really good job so far by Max Johnson.
Heels on their 3rd string center tonight, Chad Lindbergh. There have been some issues. Johnson, good arm strength, fires it to the 25, far side. Caught there, but then a good open field tackle to take down Alex Taylor after a gain of 6 to the TCU 24-yard line. Gil Jackson, a reserve DB, made the hit for TCU. So again, Austin Blasky and Christo Kelly were expected to be the 2 Tar Heels to man the center position. Blasky started there every game last year for Carolina, but injured in camp. Blasky is expected to return, but will miss the first couple of weeks. Christo Kelly started the game today, the Holy Cross transfer, but has not been seen since. As there is a mishandle on the handoff, and let's see. Ball's on the ground. TCU comes out with it.
Golly, just when you feel you got something going, Max Johnson delivering balls, the inside, outside.
On the field was a fumble recovered by TCU, first down.
Zach Chapman recovers the fumble for the Horned Frogs.
Just simple fundamentals.
Yep, that was just a handoff between Johnson and Goss that hit the turf. And that is the third turnover of the game for Carolina. For Chapman, it is his first career fumble recovery. We'll go to break. 11:47 to go in the fourth. Tar Heels trying to get out of here, lick their wounds, and get started again. 41-14 TCU from Learfield.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Window World, America's largest exterior remodeler and a proud partner of UNC, provides exceptional quality windows, siding, doors, and more. They're headquartered right here in North Carolina and have enhanced over 100,000 homes across 30 counties for over 25 years. Improving your largest investment with energy efficiency products and creating amazing curb appeal is what they do best. From Raleigh-Durham to Rocky Mount, down to Fayetteville and beyond. Call, click, or visit Window World, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, today.
At Reed's Jewelers, we know that the rules of engagement were made to be broken. So don't settle for the first ring you see in the case. When you put a ring on it, make the moment your own with something that's just as unique as your love. Whether you're going big, keeping it subtle, or finding a happy medium, we're here to help you say I do with a one-of-a-kind design. Because doing things your way is what makes them mean everything. Reed's Jewelers, an official partner of Tar Heel Sports. Visit your local Reed's Jewelers in-store or online at reeds.com to chat with an expert.
Fourth quarter, it's TCU 41, Carolina 14 with 11:47 to play in that final frame. And the scoreboard brought to you by North Carolina Farm Bureau. Farm Bureau Insurance, helping you is what they do best. And we need to take a station ID. Just about 11 o'clock Eastern time. Tar Heels on the wrong side of a 41-14 score right now in Keenan on the Tar Heels Sports Network. So after Carolina's third turnover of the game, TCU will start on its own 24. Let's check in with Lee Pace on the Pinehurst Resort Sideline Report. Lee, what's up?
This is the first game of Natron Means' career as a full-time dedicated running backs coach. He's been on the staff here the last several years as a, quote, offensive analyst working with the running backs, but Bill Belichick held him over as the designated running backs coach. He has just been preaching to his guys the last 5 minutes since that fumble by Devion Goss with Caleb Hood, Goss, a couple others, Charleston French here, just about the importance of ball security. That is number one in Bill Belichick's book, is protect the football, and that's what Natron's been talking about for 5 minutes.
Handoff on first down to Nate Palmer. Palmer got lost in a scrum and then popped to the left side and was able to sprint down the near sideline for a first down to the 40-yard line, a gain of 16 before Gavin Gibson made the stop. TCU continues to be effective both in the pass game and the run game tonight, as they're up to 435 yards of offense, 247 through the air, and now 188 on the ground, led by Kevorian Barnes' 113 yards He had that big 75-yard touchdown run at the beginning of the second half. Again on the ground, again hard running, and again some missed tackles for the Tar Heels as getting in to Carolina territory right side is Nate Palmer. Multiple Tar Heels bouncing off of him. Eventually House and Cost take him down, but Joe, right now the Tar Heel defense struggling to take down the Horned Frogs. TCU has it at the Carolina 34.
Yeah, they've lost a lot of their punch and power up front, especially in the front seven.
Quick pass this time, caught at the 30. A diving missed tackle by Marcus Allen. Dwyer down the sideline, cuts back at the 10, inside the 5, and he's down to the 1 as Dwyer, who's had a massive night, has another big catch. That one for 33 yards will set up 1st and goal for TCU. TCU sets a bunch set to the near side, but they'll run it, and Carolina gets into the backfield with Kamori House and makes a hit. Palmer loses a couple. Back to the 3, maybe the 4. It'll be 2nd and goal from there.
Yeah, that's a good job after an explosive play down to the 1-yard line. Carolina knows what's coming at them, so they bring the full blitz, and Kamari House able to slip through and tackle him for a loss.
Down to 9:43 and counting. TCU trying to add another, up 41-14 here in the 4th quarter. Nearly 500 yards now for TCU. It's a freshman, John Denman, in the game. Play action to him. Hoover rolls out to the right, directs traffic, and throws another touchdown to the front right corner of the end zone. Brought in by the tight end, DJ Rogers, for his 4th career score.
Hoover had a choice there. He could either run that in or throw it in.
TCU needs just 5 plays to go 76 yards. .9:21 on the 4th quarter clock. Hoover's 2nd touchdown pass of the day. He's now 27 of 36 for 284, 2 scores, and an interception. All TCU tonight. 47, make it 48-14. And the Tar Heel defense just looked worn out on that drive.
Yep. It's just ever since the start of the second half, you feel as if the front seven hasn't just gotten locked up and stuck on blocks and not able to get off people and finish tackles. Early on, you really felt like they were playing hard and were able to make some of those plays. But, man, as this game has progressed on, especially since the start of the second half, they've just, to me, have seemed like they've been really stuck on their blocks.
Need to take another timeout. We'll do so now with the Heels down 48-14 in the 4th from their field.
Want to earn a deal on the entire Toyota lineup at the National Sales Event? Then do as I say. Great job. You just earned a deal. Get $500 in bonus lease cash on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma. Offer valid through September 2nd, 2025. Offer entitles $500 bonus lease cash on the lease of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
At Reed's Jewelers, we know that the rules of engagement were made to be broken. So don't settle for the first ring you see in the case. When you put a ring on it, make the moment your own with something that's just as unique as your love. Whether you're going big, keeping it subtle, or finding a happy medium, we're here to help you say I do with a one-of-a-kind design. Because doing things your way is what makes them mean everything. Reed's Jewelers, an official partner of Tar Heel Sports. Visit your local Reed's Jewelers in-store or online at reeds.com to chat with an expert.
Penn Station is all in for Tar Heel Tuesdays. Celebrate football season in the Tar Heel State with Penn Station. Buy one sub, get a small sub free. That's every Tuesday, all season long at participating locations. Join Penn Station Rewards or our email club for details. Terms do apply. Love your sub at Penn Station. Craveable subs and Tar Heel spirit. It's all here at Penn Station.
48-14. TCU continues to control this one in Chapel Hill with 9:21 to go. Going to be a great win for Sonny Dykes, head man of TCU, his 99th career coaching victory. And he's a good coach now, one of 6 active coaches to take 4 different schools to a bowl game. He's been a head man at Louisiana Tech, Cal, and SMU. Of course, was in the national championship game with TCU a couple years ago. And he didn't have an easy job following Gary Patterson at TCU, who's the program's all-time winningest coach. But Dykes has done a good job and clearly has a good team this year and has a team that has thoroughly won this game this evening against the Tar Heels, who came out with so much emotion, so much fire, but has seen it melt away. We'll have a chance for a return here. Jalen McGill, freshman running back, comes off the goal line, gets stood up at the 23, pushes the pile to about the 26 or 27-yard line. And that's where the Tar Heels will take over with 9:13 to play. Max Carroll with the special teams tackle for the Horned Frogs. Will be Max Johnson again at the quarterback spot. He's looked good, 9 of 10, 103 yards and a touchdown, replacing an injured Gio Lopez in this one. They're going to mark it at the 25. It's that forward progress that I thought maybe McGill had. Not given. Johnson in the shotgun with Hood next to him. Hands off to Caleb, who tries to escape and can't do so. Gets slung down in the backfield by Kylan Jackson, one of the nickel safeties for TCU. Loss of 3. And Joe, of many things the Tar Heels will need to work on, got to figure out that run game, as they have just 49 yards rushing on 27 carries in the game. That's less than 2 yards per carry.
Yeah, you look at what they've really committed themselves to, and that's trying to run to the inside run. But when teams are really slanting their fronts and stacking the box, it's difficult to get. It's tough sledding through there.
Another handoff to Hood, stretching to the right side this time, and maybe a yard. Bring up 3rd and long. Michael Thiessen with the stop. .8:15 and counting. Still a couple minutes to play here in a rapidly emptying Kenan Stadium. TCU fans are hanging around, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'd like to see what Max Johnson, you just get a feel on these 3rd and long situations that Max Johnson has the ability to deliver a ball downfield.
6'5" left-handed quarterback gets the snap, throws the near sideline, but off the mark. Looking for Javarius Green, who ended up being double covered. And another 3 and out for the Heels. So Carolina had that opening drive touchdown, and they have one other touchdown drive tonight. So that's 2 of the 11 drives. In the other 9, they have 5 3 and outs and 3 turnovers and 1 punt. Whew. So that's 5 3 and outs and 3 turnovers in 8 of the 9 non-scoring drive. McGinnis slipped as he kicked it. It was an odd-looking punt as he just lost his footing and the ball rocketed low. It's almost like when you duck hook it off the tee. If you're out there playing Finley here in Chapel Hill, a low left hook. And a few of those. Ball rolls out of bounds just around the 45-yard line of TCU. That was only a 33-yard punt. TCU will take over on its own 44. Let's check in, speaking of golf, with Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter.
Yeah, you're right, Jones. It is a sparse crowd. The only section still predominantly populated, the purple over in the northeast corner of the stadium. And right behind me, sections 224, 223, the lower half, still filled with the kids' parents, where they always are. But other than that, it is slim pickings to find people still here in Kenan Stadium.
Now, going to support their young men, regardless of the score on the scoreboard, as Ken Seals has come in. The Vanderbilt transfer has come in at the quarterback spot. And, of course, tonight's going to be a disappointing night, regardless of what the final score is here at 48-14, 7:23 to go. But Long way to go this season. Carolina really felt like this was going to be a team that got better as the year went on. This is a group that's only been together in total for about a month. And with so many new pieces, they thought this would be a group that could improve. And they'll need to. Certainly lots of stuff to work on after this one.
Yeah, exactly. They will improve throughout the season. You just got to keep showing up every day.
John Denman, freshman running back, gets the handoff for TCU, crosses the 50 to the Tar Heel 47. Caleb Cost with the stop. He'll bring up third down.
You almost felt, Jones, like near the end of the half is when they took that lead and they got up to 27, whatever the score was, that you could feel them sort of lose the air, that feeling of the ability to really stay in the ball game, and they came out in the second half so flat. You just felt that there's so much excitement around the program, and then it just went away there for a short period of time. So you just got to find a way to get that back.
First down on the third down run. That's just the third down that TCU's faced this half. They converted 2 of the 3. As they now will have it at the Tar Heel 45. Clock continues to roll. It's at 6:21 and counting. TCU up big, 48-14. Heels scored first. TCU scored 41 straight points before the Heels scored again. Seals will turn and hand off. Carolina had an opportunity in the backfield but could not catch up with Denman, who moves forward to the 41-yard line for a gain of 4. Carolina at Charlotte on Saturday night. It's a 7 o'clock kick. Will be on the air at 6. TCU's at home against Abilene Christian. And the Horned Frogs will be feeling good certainly after this one. Carolina with some work to do. Nate Palmer now in at the running back spot for Seals and TCU. Play clock under 5. TCU didn't get the snap off, but no flag comes in. Instead, it'll be a short gain on the run. Gain of 2 will bring up third down. C.J. Mims, East Carolina transfer.
Good stop by Mims right there.
From New Bern, North Carolina, West Craven High School.
See some guys who still play hard, get a little punch going. Who's going to be the leaders right now? You don't find out who your leaders are when things are going well. You find out during the tough times. Who's still got some fight in them? There will be guys who'll step up.
Jalen Thompson out there, one of the corners, another young player. The Heels putting in a couple of subs here. Third down. Pressure coming. Seals able to get rid of the football and incomplete down the far sideline. Tyler Thompson into the backfield for Carolina. Redshirt sophomore from Cary.
I definitely think you're going to see TCU go for it here on fourth down.
Horned Frogs now 6 of 11 on third down tonight. Heels just 1 of 10 on third down. Clock stops on the incompletion. 4:27 to go. This will be fourth and about 4.5, maybe 5. TCU needs the 35-yard line of the Tar Heels to keep the drive going. Play clock under 10 for the backup quarterback. Seals steps up to the line to bark something out. Settles back in the shotgun. He'll hand off. And Carolina, Cost had his arms around Nate Palmer, well shy of the first down, but couldn't take him down. Palmer powers ahead to keep the drive going. He carried Cost for 3 or 4 yards.
Chance to get off the field, just couldn't do it.
Four minutes to go. TCU at 516 yards of offense. Carolina has 222. Another run. Carolina misses a couple of tackles. First Will Hardy, then Caleb Cost. As John Denman gets more positive yards for the Horned Frogs, gaining 6 to the 29.
Yeah, that's the one thing I thought Carolina defensively did a good job early on, and that was being able to gang tackle. Talk about spoking the football, bringing in different players, and everybody rallying around the football to get people down. As the game's worn on, you're starting to see more and more of these missed tackles.
Seals, who made 21 starts at Vanderbilt, threw for more than 4,000 yards there. Probably not going to be asked to throw much here, and he does hand off again to Denman. With under 3 minutes to go, Kamori House with the stop for Carolina. Gain of a couple to the 27-yard line, and another third down. The third and about 2 for TCU. Seals looks to the sideline.
That inside zone play back to the left side.
Purple helmet, white jerseys, purple pants, moving right to left. Ball on the near hash. It will be another handoff. Denman collides with Simpson, and the two fall forward. It will be another first down for TCU. That'll take us to the 2-minute timeout of the fourth quarter to finish things up here in Chapel Hill. So 2 minutes to go before the Tar Heels can reset. 48-14 TCU right now from Learfield.
Established in 1995, Lee's 24-hour Towing is a family-owned and operated small business in Durham and Orange County, North Carolina. We have the equipment and experience to handle all size vehicles, whether it be your motorcycle, car, truck, SUV, family recreational vehicle, or even a tractor-trailer. We're prepared and available to upright, winch, and tow them all. We provide lockouts, jump starts, fuel deliveries, battery replacement on site with complete diagnostic equipment, and much more. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry!
Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Tar Heel fans. Stay connected to your home or business with CPI Security. You could be a world away and still know who's at your front door when packages arrive, or even adjust your thermostat. It's all made possible through CPI's InTouch app. Contact us today to start protecting what matters most and get more connected with your home even when you're away. Visit CPISecurity.com for more information. CPI is a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Two minutes to go in Chapel Hill. TCU 48, Carolina 14. Tar Heels scored the first 7 points of the game, but then TCU ran off 41 consecutive points. 2 defensive scores, 75-yard touchdown in there as well. And at that point, 41-7. Each team's had a touchdown since, so 48-14 with 2 minutes to go. TCU trying to run the clock out here. About to run their 11th play of the drive. They'll be snapping it off the Tar Heel 29-yard line. Going to be Carolina's first season opening loss since 2021. That was that game at Virginia Tech after COVID. First time they've lost their home opener since 2017. That was a game in Larry Fedora penultimate season against Cal. TCU, meanwhile, is going to start 1-0 for the 8th time in the last 10 years. And, gosh, 12th straight win in their initial road game of the season. Impressive stat there for the Horned Frogs. Let's check in with Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee.
And looking at game number 2, everybody would have looked at the schedule, looked at Charlotte, and say, well, that's a win for the Tar Heels. But Carolina obviously has a lot to work on here tonight. I'm sorry, distracted by ESPN crew, Jones. Sorry about that. But Charlotte has 2 players that are really going to be laying in wait for the Tar Heels. Connor Harrell, the former Carolina quarterback who started some last year, and Jaquarius Conley, the highly regarded safety who just never was able to get it going at Carolina from 1920 to 23.
Charlotte lost to Appalachian last week in its home opener, and they'll be excited to see the Tar Heels in town. And as we've referenced a few times, certainly Carolina has a lot to improve on moving forward. Handoff on the first down run moves to the 19-yard line, a gain of 5 for TCU. Horned Frogs have 3 timeouts. Carolina has 2. Can't imagine either team will take them at this point as the clock running down to a minute 35 to go here in Keenan. Second and 5 from the 19. Seals in the shotgun. Running back is Palmer. 6 carries for 50 yards for him. Gets it again. Runs away from Thompson right side. Skips over another Tar Heel tackler and gets inside the 10 with 1:09 to go. It'll be a first down. Peyton Waters makes the stop for Carolina, but it's a gain of 11.
Yeah, interesting to see what they want to do right here with 55 seconds left in the game. The ball on the 8-yard line. If they take one more shot or just go ahead, decide, and take a knee.
Yep, they can knee it out, or they can try to rub it in. One of the two. 40 seconds to go. Play clock at 12 as TCU is huddling up. Seals will stay in the shotgun, but I think this is going to be a knee. He has a player to either side and a man behind him. He will take the snap and take a knee. And that is the final snap of the ball game. So much excitement leading into the game this evening in Chapel Hill. The Tar Heels start hot with that 7-play, 83-yard touchdown drive. But from that point forward, it is all TCU. They spoil Bill Belichick's debut as the head coach of the Tar Heels with a one-sided victory, 48-14, the final in Keenan tonight. It is Carolina's most lopsided loss since a 47-10 defeat at Miami in September of 2018. Disappointing night in Chapel Hill as TCU blows out the Heels, 48-14 from Learfield.
At Reed's Jewelers, we know that the rules of engagement were made to be broken. So don't settle for the first ring you see in the case. When you put a ring on it, make the moment your own with something that's just as